liderança. São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
A missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bobs pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Vocês tomaram pé Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente, pros fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. É o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times. Aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba. Todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás e ia buscar.
Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar. Até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Aguenta, coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo, tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente tem um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás e a gente falou, não, ainda dá, a gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas, nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão do game! É buia brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro buia, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo, o primeiro buia, opa, tamo no jogo.
Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão do game! Arena carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 buias do Fluxo!
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viado. Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta.
Será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado?
O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá.
A gente sempre tem que acreditar, até o final.
Também que tropa. Então, última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Eu quebro esse palco. Vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes, eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave.
Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, aí pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, meu pai falou comigo, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru, você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã, se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom.
Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando eu desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe, de que, mano, tudo é possível. Eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro, aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado, bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. A gente não vai pegar aqui o dele. Eu não vou pegar um monte também. Olha, pegou o chupeta. Eu peguei o chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direita.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Vamos atrás de tu, Bob. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Guti matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, o Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador no gelo, só tem Bobs e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bobs, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, sou mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Então, melhor.
Descobri que o Guti tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles ainda mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra. E eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Gutizinho conseguiu a tua histórica, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Guti ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu?
E aí? Deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá?
Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí olha pro lado, o Guti já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar. A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou. Cara, eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado.
Chororô, aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é pra todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora. De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união.
Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção pra família ver ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2023, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando a LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós somos campeões.
Okay.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Free Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Pre-seasons leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. Two epic FFWS SEA offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
São 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times brasileiros zerados.
Missão difícil mas no fim das contas são 6 quedas que vão ditar quem vai ser o grande campeão.
Será que o Bops pode ser um jogador que vai ganhar 2 títulos seguidos no Mundial? Será?
Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano, nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Vocês tomar pé Kalahari, mas nós sabemos que não foi fácil chegar até aqui. O Mundial no Rio foi uma grande felicidade pra todos nós.
Mano, aí eu, fiquei na mente assim, caraca, eu tenho que ganhar logo em casa, minha família vai estar. Quem não gosta de ganhar em casa?
Quando anunciou que teria torcida, eu fiquei muito feliz porque poderia ser campeão e mostrar pra minha mãe, pro meu pai presencialmente, pra minha irmã presencialmente, pros fãs do Fluxo presencialmente.
Tá do nosso lado, tá na nossa casa, a gente vai defender o título em casa. É o Brasil, não iremos fazer feio pra nossa torcida, né? Todo mundo apoiando, vibrando, torcendo, gritando, não tem como. O troféu desceu ali, saiu do airdrop. Começa a entrar os times, aquela música, quando nós entra, barulheira do caramba, todo mundo empolgado, todo mundo feliz.
Então, antes de entrar pro jogo lá, a gente tinha conversado que mesmo com a diferença de ponto ali, de 17 pontos que eles tinham, a gente não queria saber, a gente ia atrás, ia buscar.
Ali eu falei, mano, hoje nós vamos fazer história novamente. Eu me arrepiei todo assim, a torcida gritando, a família lá em cima, não sabia pra onde olhar, até deu uma tropeçadinha na hora do palco.
Não aguenta coração, pega sua pipoca, porque a decolagem foi autorizada!
Pô, primeira queda, vamos se soltar, ficar tranquilo. Tirar um pouco do nervosismo, da euforia.
A gente tem um top 5 interessantíssimo pro Fluxo também, que consegue segurar muito bem essa colocação.
A gente ficou um pouco atrás e a gente falou, não, ainda dá, a gente sabe que dá. É 5 quedas, nosso time é o melhor time desse mundo.
Agora é hora! Agora é hora! É o bicho papão do endgame! Royale! É buia brasileiro! A torcida faz barulho, coloca a arena carioca abaixo!
No primeiro buia, que foi na segunda queda, a gente ficou tranquilo. O primeiro buia, opa, tamo no jogo.
Tava todo mundo muito confiante.
Joena, o último jogador da squad pra cima dele! Nós somos o bicho papão do endgame! Arena carioca transbordando! 3 partidas, 2 buias do Fluxo!
Nova Terra é o nosso melhor mapa, assim, em questão de pontuação.
Nós tínhamos ali a convicção de que a Bigetron poderia não cair com nós e poderia fazer um jogo mais tranquilo. Só que a Bigetron veio com nós. Parece que foi de um jeito pra prejudicar mesmo.
Abandonado, MT7, último jogador da squad, não! O Fluxo cai top 12. Acaba zerando numa partida que infelizmente não poderia zerar.
Não é possível, viu? Tomar no c, mano. Filho da puta ainda, Vitor.
Os caras conseguiram cair melhor, mataram a gente, caímos no top 12.
Depois daquela queda zerada, você dá uma respirada assim, aí você olha assim em volta.
Será que dá agora? Tomamos um choque de realidade, tá ligado?
O time todo em silêncio, a torcida em choque.
E a gente ficou 15 minutos assistindo a queda.
Então, dos outros 15 minutos, era um animando o outro pra última queda, falando, mano, vamos que dá, vamos que dá.
A gente sempre tem que acreditar, até o final.
Tá meio que tropa. Tem última queda, pô. Última queda, cara. Acreditar, mano. Acreditar até o final, rapaz. Vai ser sinistro, mano. Eu quebro esse palco, vamos trocar tiro toda hora, mano. Toda hora não trocar tiro. É isso.
E um dia antes eu liguei pra minha mãe, conversei bastante com ela. Nunca duvidei de mim mesmo. E aí foi uma classificatória muito difícil, onde eu comecei a duvidar de mim mesmo. E ela só falando, amanhã é o dia, a gente tá com você, vai dar tudo certo, vai tá lindo. Eu tô rodeado de pessoas que me amam, que confiam em mim. Eu tô com Deus, eu não tenho por que duvidar de mim. Amanhã vai ser o dia de novo e eu vou conseguir virar essa chave.
Quando eu fui na GH pela primeira vez, estava o troféu do Nobru, do troféu do Mundial. Eu olhei pro meu pai, eu olhei pro troféu e falei, aí pai, um dia eu vou ter um desse. Aí meu pai lembrou, tipo, meu pai falou comigo, meu pai falou, lembra daquele dia que você falou, que você me mostrou o troféu do Nobru, você falou que ia ter um desse, então, tipo, tô sentindo que vai ser amanhã, se Deus quiser, vai se realizar. E eu confio muito em você, confio muito nos meninos, que vai dar bom.
Pensar na família, mano, é o que mais faz seguir, é o que mais me fez seguir, o que mais me trouxe forças. Quando desacreditava, ali na quinta partida, que você pensava, mano, será que vai dar? Eles trouxeram uma esperança a mais, sabe, de que, mano, tudo é possível, eles acreditam em nós, então tudo é possível pra nós.
É isso, rapaziada. Respira, entrega nas mãos de Deus, vamos fazer dar certo, tá bom? Marcha, mano. Nós ganharemos, mano. Nós venceremos, rapaziada. Nós iremos vencer, mano.
Eu acho que, olhando assim, eu sou o espelho do time, então se eu demonstrar fraqueza ou se eu demonstrar medo, o time vai ficar com medo, o time vai enfraquecer. Eu tenho que estar 100% confiante, eu tenho que trazer a confiança pro meu time.
Começou! É a última partida, nosso último game. É hora de fazer história. Tudo nosso, nada deles, pra cima!
Ali era a queda da nossa vida, a gente tinha que, o ano todo que nós treinamos, nós tínhamos que dedicar naquela queda.
A gente tava saindo ali do barco, subindo o morro. Aí acho que foi MT7 que fala, mano, tão chupetando reto em nós. E aí, tipo, começa a vir uns passarinhos assim, ó, 1, 2, 3, tudo caindo no chão assim, a gente matando muito fácil. Nós mata o águia, que isso, mano? 10 balas de lança no ult dos caras.
Viado. Bora, irmão. Vamos ser campeão. Bora, caralho. Bora, 29 vezes não pode. Não pode pegar aqui o dele. Eu pegar um monte também. Olha, pegou o chupeta. Eu peguei um chupeta daqui.
Ele tá cheio de bala de lança, a gente vai dar bom, a gente vai matar um monte, a gente vai dar o buia.
Aí eu escutei eu acredito.
A gente soube coordenar certinho, o Bobs falando pra gente rodar direito. Foi os 4 rodando direito, os 4 rodando direito.
No final é só gritaria. Roda direita, roda direita. Tava uma loucura, mas o que é importante é que dá pra entender. Gira direita.
E os caras rodando juntos, eles rodando junto. Mas a gente sabe a hora de parar, a gente sabe a hora de trocar tiro.
Direito, tô indo. Esquerda pulando. Escuta, roda mais. Tamo atrás de tu, papai. Faz o gelo só. Tem direito.
A gente passa por baixo da escadinha assim, o Gil deita um e cai. E aí chega uma hora que não tem como mais girar, a gente bate de frente com os caras.
Paramos na hora certa, o Guti matou 3 lá, eu matei 2.
E nesse tempo que o Gil caiu, a Twitch começou a encostar, querer pegar nossas costas. Aí nós já deu dash aqui nas costas deles. E aí fica eu, Bops MT7 contra 2 deles, né? Aí o Bops derruba um, o MT cai e fica 2x1.
O MLS consegue me derrubar também.
Mais um jogador no gelo, só tem Bobs e Boot. 2 jogadores agora, vambora Bobs, pra cima deles não!
Aí fica 1x1.
O Bops na hora lá, todo mundo, sou mais tu.
Respira, irmão. Só mais tu. Então melhor.
Descobri que o Guti tem um gatilho, assim, pode-se dizer, em falar, sou mais você, sou mais a gente.
Aí eu falei, não, se eles eram mais eu também sou, vambora, pra cima deles. E não tinha como eu perder aquele X1 pela energia que eu tava naquela hora ali do time todo.
Eu pulo pro mesmo lado que ele, a gente se encontra. E eu deletei ele sem nem perder vida. Mandei ele de volta pra casa, triste.
O Gutizinho conseguiu aqui o histórico, porque sem ele o título não seria possível.
Vambora, Guti ainda no jogo, é contigo garoto, bate no peito, chama a responsa, vai que é tua!
Aí a gente foi lá, comemorou o buia e ficou tipo, caraca, será que deu certo? Será que não deu?
E aí, deu nós? O que aconteceu? Como que tá?
Aí ainda bem que anunciou muito rápido, porque eu tava tremendo já.
A Camilota já começando a falar.
Grita junto comigo, Fluxo, equipe campeã! Parabéns!
Do Fluxo, equipe campeão.
Aí olha pro lado, o Guti já chorando muito. Mano, fala qualquer coisa e ele começa a chorar.
A primeira reação é tirar o fone, começar a chorar assim, igual uma criança. Passa um filme na cabeça que você passou o ano todo, a vida toda, tipo, vivendo pro jogo. Aí mudou. Tá, eu não... Gente, não vou conseguir, eu acho. Esse assunto do Mundial é muito delicado.
chororô. Aí eu chorei, meu pai chorou, minha mãe chorou, aí meu irmão tava lá, meu sobrinho.
Então acho que esse título é para todos eles que me ajudaram a ser quem eu sou, me educaram e estiveram comigo nos meus melhores e meus piores momentos.
Uma palavra? Nossa senhora.
De gratidão. Acho que a palavra certa é gratidão.
Gratidão? Gratidão é bom?
É realização.
Acho que união.
Grato por tudo, grato pelo título, grato pela minha família bem, meus amigos bem, todo mundo bem.
É muita emoção para a família ver um filho sendo campeão mundial.
Se tornamos as pessoas com mais título dentro do jogo. Bizarro, porque até ano passado, 2003, eu não tinha ganho nada ainda. Eu era só um molequinho feliz jogando a LBFF.
Eu acho que nesse próximo mundial vão aprender a respeitar mais a gente.
E pra quando trombar com nós dentro de jogo, ficar em choque, sentir medo, tremer. Porque todo mundo sabe quando é nós. Os caras ficam em choque, os caras tremem, porque sabem que nós não vamos errar. Foi glorioso, foi grandioso, nós conseguimos. Nós somos campeões.
Okay.
Dear survivors, 2024 was a year of incredible plays and unforgettable moments. But legends are forged in the fires of competition. From zero to hero, the journey to victory starts again. 2025 promises even more intense action, more thrilling victories, and a legacy that will be shaped from passion. Let's dive into the roadmap and major changes of Fire Esports 2025. First up, let's have a look at the FFWS series. We're bringing you all the thrilling action from top-tier regional leagues in Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, and Pakistan. Pre-seasons leagues will happen in Feb to March, then most of the leagues will start around April 2025. 2 epic FFWS SEA offline showdowns are coming up. Hanoi, Vietnam for the spring season, and Bangkok, Thailand for the fall season. And of course, we're working on expanding our esports footprint by activating more regions in 2025. After dominating regional leagues, the elites will converge on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the EWC in July. Then, the ultimate battle arrives. FFWS Global Finals in Jakarta, Indonesia, birthplace of Free Fire Esports legends. Prepare for an unforgettable spectacle. Next up is major changes in our format in 2025 to enhance audience experience. Get ready for a thrilling new format called Champion Rush. In the final match, teams race to achieve the Champion Rush point. Once a team hits that mark and secures the next Booyah, they are crowned champions. After 8 games, if we cannot find a champion team with Booyah, the highest ranking team will be the champion. This high-octane format will push our top players to their absolute limits, delivering adrenaline-fueled action in every final match. We also look for a new layer of strategic depth in 2025. We're implementing the unique active skill rule. Each team member must equip a different active skill, forcing teams to adapt and showcase diverse play styles in every match. And last, we keep building a stronger esports ecosystem. This year, we have a global talent development program that empowers local teams, players, and talents to reach their full potential. Let's make 2025 an unforgettable year for Free Fire Esports fans. Together, we'll create a vibrant and exciting competitive scene where legends are shaped.
Tá na liderança, são 17 pontos na mão deles e 3 times.
What's up, folks? Welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Pre-Season 2025. It's Clash Squad, and today is Championship Sunday. As always, You got me, Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ, as we will go through the semi-finals and eventually the grand finals of this Clash squad. 4 teams remain, and only one will come out on top and walk away $8,000 richer.
$8,000 richer for sure, and that's a lot of money on the line. The MVP of Clash Squad walks away with an extra $500. Technically, everybody gets the slice of the pie. How big that slice is determined as to how you perform out there. Yesterday, we kicked 4 squads out of the competition. One of them was Buriram United Esports, a shocking loss for them, but a phenomenal victory for WAG as well, Husky. That was exciting to close the day off. Today, WAG continues their battle and they face off against Falcons. Yesterday was the 2-time world champs. Today, the EWC champ. I wonder if Vietnam can get it done.
It would be crazy if this is how it's going to go down with WAG essentially taking down all the champions that we have kind of crowned over the years. But it's going to be, I think, based on what we saw from Team Falcons and you compare to BRU, Falcons definitely is going to be a tougher opponent for WAG, so they better get their homework done overnight. But then again, we also have the Indonesian Derby, right? We've got RQ Kazu against Onyx Olympus. It's a David versus Goliath maybe a year ago, but right now it's the Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, both of the Indonesian games yesterday went into a Game 3. We did see a lot of effort put in by them. And of course, at the end, it was RRQ and Onyx Olympus that prevailed. We're going to take a look at the prize pool here. What you see is a division of $20,000. A total of $50,000 USD was prepared for the preseason. 30,000 of course went for Battle Royale, 20,000 USD is for the Clash squad, and of course the largest slice of that pie, the $8,000 for the champion of our preseason Clash squad.
Yeah, and on top of that, the icing on the cake, the MVP gets an extra $500. So it's a bit of a bonus and incentive for the players to keep on doing well. We had a couple of players essentially that have multiple MVP titles under their belt. Dutz is a very good example. He got both MVPs in the series that they won yesterday against Todak. And of course, just to give you guys a refresh on the tournament timeline, we did have the quarterfinals yesterday. We had 8 teams, 4 best of 3s, and we cut that down to just 4 teams, starting it off with the semifinals, which will be played in a best of 3 format. And then when we head into the grand finals, it will be a best of 5. And of course, the one unique skill rule still applies.
So a total of 3 series here for all of you to enjoy. Each game within the series will have a best of 11 rounds. So that grand finals is most definitely going to be an extended one. I'm very curious to see if or not whoever who gets there gets to complete the grand finals run in a 3-0 victory. That will be truly dominant. We've seen so much of quality out there from the squads thus far, especially with the brand new format where you have to bring in those unique active skills. But of course, speaking of the format, in terms of the competition thus far, once again, quarterfinals, we've already concluded that was yesterday. Today is going to be the semis as well as the grand finals.
And of course, every single game consists of 11 and only 11 rounds. There's no overtime, so first team to get to 6 points is going to take the dub. And we've seen long and extended games, right? We even had one match that we went the full 11 rounds between Fire Esports and Onyx Olympus, and that was on, I believe, match number 2 on Nexterra. But aside from that, we see some pretty fast ones, 6-1s, 6-2s, in the earlier matches. So today, I expect it to be a lot closer compared to what we see in the quarterfinals. And once more, only one unique active skill is allowed for each team. So if you see Skylar on one side, you're not going to see Skylar on the other.
Yeah, you're most definitely not going to have that the possibility of seeing that, right? And of course, one unique active skill applies across both squads. We've got the team bans coming through as well, and that has been pretty effective thus far in the competition. We can see how some of these bans are really rocking the momentum of the squads out there, right? The Steffi has been a super favorite pick thus far, many of them wanting to bring her in because of the reduced damage from that shotgun as well, right? The super overpowered M590. It has been a menace all this season.
Yeah, we've seen the evolution of the meta, right? It's just a little bit across the board, but just to remind everyone, we did have 8 teams to start off the Clash Squad tournament, but now we're down to 4, and it's Onyx Olympus, RQ, Kazu, WAG, and Team Falcons. The other 4 have been eliminated yesterday. Essentially, Toda putting up a fight. They got 1 game off of RQ Kazu. Fire Esports also took 1 game off of Onyx Olympus. Whereas for Twisted Minds and BRU, they both got swept by their respective opponents. And I think, you know, I think WAG was the biggest surprise for me.
I mean, it was a very pleasant surprise, I'm very sure, because we've been seeing the growth of the Vietnamese squads for a while now, and it's high time they went out there and achieved some solid medals for themselves. I think, you know, starting off here at the preseason will put them in the exact direction to do all of those things within 2025. Team Falcons going up against WAG, that's going to be series number 2. We start the day off with an all-out Indonesian clash between RRQ and Onyx Olympus shortly.
It's going to be very interesting because how these two teams have played yesterday. I would say to a certain degree, almost the same. It did look like Onyx Olympus are more willing to take these aggressive maneuvers, but we've also seen the change of prioritization, right? We started with Tatsuya being a must pick, and then afterwards we saw Koda being on the list, but some teams in the latter half of the quarterfinals prioritize Steffi a lot more because of what you mentioned, the damage reduction from armor-piercing rounds, the ability to essentially disable grenades from afar is so good. The map order for our semi-finals will be Bermuda, Kalahari, and if we get a game 3, we go to Nextera.
Oh, okay. So this is most definitely going to be very exciting, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We start things off at Bermuda. We saw yesterday how the pacing was at Bermuda, right? It's super fast, lots of open areas. Those blue walls are most definitely going to be brought out. Skylar is going to be a must-ban for certain squads out there. Yesterday, we did see him I would say being brought in not by all of the squads, right? Mostly by the teams that have already gotten kicked out. So that could be an indication that perhaps Skylar is not as effective out there up against these top squads.
Yeah, same for Santino. I know Ryder, was it Onyx who picked Ryder or RQ? I can't remember. But yeah, that was also brought in, was pretty funny as well. We also saw the combination between Cassie and a +1, you know, Cassie A124, Cassie Tatsuya. But I think the one that really shook things up was Cassie plus the Zane. The extra healing from Cassie plus the extra 80 HP from Zane just makes him a machine in of his own. But the bans, I definitely have changed a little bit. Koda and Tatsuya both banned now, so priorities are going to shift. We might see the Steffi first pick.
Yeah, so Onyx Olympus is trying to nerf Abe as much as possible because yesterday what he used that Tatsuya and what he could do with that ability was just way too much to deal with, right? And Onyx taking that out of the equation very quickly. And of course, this Koda ban is targeting 18D specifically from the side of Onyx Olympus. Let's see if or not things do make, sorry, not Onyx Olympus, Adam, my apologies, from the side of Onyx Olympus. But A124 being dragged in here, this one's a basic pick. We saw how effective she was in battle yesterday, Aski.
Well, so they initiate a trade. In fact, it's not going to be a Steffi pickup. It's going to be a Cassie for Onyx Olympus. They really want that Cassie. That does allude to a possible Zane pick because it could be a Cassie Zane for RQ Kazu if the Steffi goes to Onyx Olympus, right? So you gotta kind of cut your losses. In this case, Onyx Olympus picked their poison. They let go of Steffi. Clue gets picked up by RQ Kazu. Now they can take the Zane for themselves if they want. The Homer is also available. If you want to play long range, there's always the Iris, but most teams leave it for last pick. In this case, you could second phase it because RQ Kazu still has room for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, they still go for Raiden, okay.
Okay, well, Raiden wasn't super effective yesterday, but we'll see if or not he can get the job done today. Of course, Wings will be looking for that Skylar unless Dutz rips that away from him. But it'll be Ignis that's dragged in here by that. So we saw how Ignis was very effective yesterday in terms of, you know, that wall of fire, which was just so annoying to deal with, especially when all of these players are holed in a small little spot. And as expected from the side of Onyx Olympus, Wings with that Skylar. Yesterday, he was the more effective user of that Riptide Rhythm yesterday. We did see a couple of knocks on those blue walls, but not a lot of conversions. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit of a different story today for the band.
Yeah, especially, you know, we saw, I think WAG demonstrated that firewall very well. Yep. You not only get to flush out areas, but you also get to essentially divide the battle lines, right? That's how they dismantle BRU, who wanted to always play together, but WAG just says no. Every time the firewall comes out, it's green light, you get to isolate your targets. So RQ Kazu taking a page out of that playbook, but you did call the Skylar pick for Onyx Olympus. I think it's a all around long range fight for Onyx.
Yeah, so not everybody's favorite. It has to be used, at the right time. A little nerf to this Skylar is, but you do get 2 pumps off of that Riptide Rhythm, so Wings is trying to make good use of that. Let's see exactly how they start things off. This is only a best of 3 game within this series. Each game will be a race to 6 rounds. That firewall is going to be sent out from the side of RRQ, but touches absolutely no one.
Not the ideal firewall, in fact, right? Again, affects nothing, and you don't really get to flush Adam completely out of that container because there's so much cover for him, because he is going to take the aggression. Mao, on the other hand, does take down Crime MKS, so it doesn't really matter for RQ Kazu, as they are just so much more superior in team fights. They are going to take down Crime MKS with Adam bleeding out. Wings is next on the board. Zyru does get a trade, and it's a 2-piece for him. So there is a chance for Onyx to bring this back.
Oh, this is a phenomenal play coming through from Wings. Has got that M500 in his clutches. Adam crawling his way to Wings, hoping for a pickup, but 18DA just way too smart for an engagement like that. Swoops on in to finish the job. RRQ, what looked like it was pretty much an easy round for them, got turned 180, all thanks to Wings.
18DA with the emergency backup was able to take down Zyru, because that could have been a turning point for Onyx Olympus, and obviously missing your initial shots wasn't exactly what Adam would have wanted when he went for that white swing. So little errors at the beginning, not too big of a deal. It does affect them in the second round. We've seen teams win on the eco disadvantage, and in this case they do have the deco to make it happen.
That firewall's going to be sent out, and it does manage to tag one. And baby, the mini Uzi, that range is just not going to work out for him. And the rest of the Onyx Olympus players already all lined up. That's from outside, trying to get a flank around Crime MKS and Zyru. This may just be a peekaboo that they cannot handle, but no, that's his second thinking that.
If you're Ma'ao, you have to be extra careful against some of the Onyx members, right? No helmet, no vest, but a pretty darn good gun. So if a deagle pops it right now, that is going to be collection for Onyx. That's why they're gonna try and full stack onto the outer layer. Adam, that's why we talk about the deagle. Takes out Deus in an instant. He does get picked back up though. Zyru needs to put in a bit of work. Adam finally gets run down, and now Zyru is in a bad spot.
Mini Uzi in the hands of Zyru, and the players just rush on him. They will be able to get the knock. Wings, once again, the final player left on the side of Onyx Olympus, trying to make some sort of a miracle happen here, but it's up against 4 players. It's not going to be easy at all. Can he sneak one? Answer is no from Ma'al. Just one shot to get the job done.
Almost a disaster for RRQ. Able to instantly pick up their teammate, which salvaged the state of the fight, right? Like this 4-man stack in like pistols can actually be incredibly deadly if you underestimate their capabilities, and Adam definitely proved that. So now we hit round number 3. That's where the big guns are going to be brought out. Once more, Onyx still focusing a lot more on that close range, understanding that that's what RQ Kazu wants to do, get up close and personal.
And this is the round where things can most definitely turn around for Onyx Olympus. A triple buy on the M590 here. That shotgun can most definitely turn the tides if used well, and Onyx Olympus no stranger to running that shotgun. And as I talk about that, Adam will drop a bay. Wings finds one from afar, and this is a quick shutdown coming through from Onyx Olympus.
And that's what we talked about, the close range fight. Onyx Olympus more than prepared for this.
My
There's nothing the Crime MKS cannot do in this state. It's such a quick cleanup. I mean, like RQ Kazu, they were not prepared for this one.
Yeah.
The Cassie prioritization. We saw what happened when Adam had the support. And not only that, you have disruption in the front line by Adam, and you have Wings uncontested. It's a perfect scenario for Onyx.
Yeah, the DSK headshot through the smoke was just sick from Wings. And as predicted, that comeback zone, round number 3, has done Onyx Olympus well. Had just enough resources to buy the big guns to go in there for the shutdown. And so impressive because 2 of their players did it without any helmet or vest. So They barely took any damage from RRQ. Now Firewall sent out, tags up nobody, but here comes the grenades as well, raining down on RRQ. 18 there just tagged up a tad bit. Adam going on for the push. M590 has got one in backup, as well as that electrotherapy from across the container.
And the Firewall really not doing RRQ any good. They've tried to use a couple of ways to utilize it. Not able to flush out the target that they want, but good spray through by Abai through the gaps of the glue wall, so that will be a bit of an unlucky scenario though. With Zyru down, RQ Kazu will have the man advantage. Thankfully, Cassie is still up, so it's not between Adam and Crime MKS, who's going to be able to, or at least need to do a bulk of the lifting.
It's a 2v1. Maal shut down from Wings from afar. Amazing play once again. Wings was definitely on point today with his shots. And the 2v2, potentially a 3v2 here if Wings can get picked up, but Adam just a little bit too far away from his buddy.
Yeah, a good attempt. And it's an ace for Abai as well. Single-handedly taking out the entirety of Onyx Olympus. Just started with the mini Uzi spray through the gap. Zyru definitely wasn't expected to get taken down because the rest of Onyx Olympus were in a pretty decent position to provide the support fire. And Adam just didn't have the time to heal back up. Didn't even use any of his medkits that round. So very unlucky for Onyx Olympus, but they did scrounge out enough economy to get the guns at least. But on the defensive side, not so much.
Onyx Olympus took Tatsuya out of play, thinking that that can nerf Abai, but they forgot he rocks that A124 so well. And once again pushing on fourth, but it will be a heavy tag onto Abai from across the battlefield. Onyx Olympus with the opening shot, and that's just going to slow RRQ down a tad bit, but not Abai. Look at this guy go. Medkit used up already. Through the smoke, and Mahal finds that headshot.
Wow, a little spray and pray situation that ended in disaster for Onyx Olympus. Did they really need to do that? I don't really think so. You know, like your sniper was taken out from afar, so good map awareness, I believe, from 18 Deer. But for the rest of Onyx, you didn't need to push that, right? The Ignis wall was already out, you didn't take damage, you see the smoke grenades, just play it slow, get that intel. I mean, they left it up to chance, and chances ended with them losing another round.
A race to 6 rounds, and RRQ not too far away from that at all. Onyx Olympus needs to find a way to turn things around. And thus far, they have just made these small little errors here and there. It's just not putting the situation in their favor. Ignis once again with that firewall will go ahead to tag up no one, but slows down Onyx Olympus as it intends.
They can start using utilities grenades onto Crime MKS. That's 3 utilities thrown at him. He still survives thanks to the Cassie, but he is so low. And it's more than enough. The A124 clips him over the wall, and Crime MKS needs a bit of help right now. Glue walls will be taken down, and RRQ will spring the offense. Adam not being able to do anything in this round. Wings also taken out by Ma'al from afar, and it's just 2 more members of Onyx Olympus wounded, battered, and bruised. Zyru wants to run away. Crime MKS takes himself out, commits seppuku as Onyx drops another round. RRQ now up to 5.
Amazing map awareness from Abai. He knew exactly where to toss those grenades, and he knew exactly where his opponent would run off to as well, just chasing him with that A124 on that pop, knocking him down with the skill, and then from then on it was just clockwork. The rest of his team members just flooded into the house from that left-hand side flank, and Onyx Olympus just having no answers whatsoever for RRQ's aggression so far.
Not sure if they used a clue in that situation, but either way, you do have plenty of intel gathering abilities. Onyx Olympus, they're going to go into this final round with Scrap and RRQ. Once more go for the push. That wall is really going to cause a bit of damage, but Abai is taking some himself. Rush forward, that glue is going to get taken down. Wasn't ready for that! And Wings will find a punish.
Pulled out the glue wall, just 2 seconds too slow. Unfortunate for Abai. Rushed on into his death there. Crime trying to pull one more for his team, but might just overstep his boundaries here if he pushes out too far. M590 in play. That's already cooking up the nade. And Crime very smartly backs away.
Just play patiently when you have a man advantage. You just want to go in as a unit. Good glue wall to block off any off angles, any alternate angles from RQ Kazu. This was the adjustment that we needed to see from Onyx Olympus slightly earlier, but better late than never.
Ma'al's holding on to a very tight angle here that might just compromise Onyx Olympus. They do have eyes on him, and Wings is trying to take Ma'al out of the situation. Firewall will force Onyx to scramble for just a moment, but that doesn't really put them in a disadvantage. Prime just can't seem to cut the distance here. Both teams thinking twice before stepping out, and Ma'al does manage to catch one.
This is almost turned disastrous. They were able to at least take down Dudes thanks to Wings, but he gets picked back up instantly. Also heal a bit of that health. Onyx Olympus, they want to hold this midpoint, and they know that Dudes is going to be forced out by the blue zone, so that blue one will buy a bit of time between him and Zairu. But if you are Onyx Olympus, you just want RQ to funnel into you. In fact, it ends up being a trade. Dudes ends up going down. Adam now has a lot of work to do, and he does it justice at the end. Onyx Olympus survives for another round.
Adam pulling in a triple for the squad to keep Onyx Olympus in the game, holding RRQ at match point for a 2-5 score now, but they gotta repeat that 4 more times in a row to take game number 1 away from RRQ. Onyx Olympus showed us that they are capable of some comeback plays here, but up against their big brothers RRQ, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be tough.
They have still not fully recovered in terms of economy. They need to again win one more round. That doesn't seem. The chances did go down a little bit with Adam getting tagged out. Firewalls on both sides. Adam forced to eat that 30 damage. Dangerous position to be in, but was able to heal back up regardless. The grenades coming in slightly late, and Adam, he's really eating it in the face.
Absolutely, man. Man's got tagged up by every single lethal thrown by his opponents, and ate that firewall as well. I don't think he wants any more.
I mean, good news, he's back up to full, so
yeah.
I mean, if you're RQ, that's your utilities used for almost 0 gain.
Used for entertainment. We got entertained.
Got some fireworks, right? It is Ramadan coming up.
That's beautiful nade, but Adam sidesteps that, going in for his own ice grenade, and he gets a tag onto Abe. Onyx Olympus not making a mistake with their positions this time around, just waiting for RRQ to come in here with the push. That's once again cooking up that grenade, waiting for that opportune moment to spot one of these players, to hand them the grenade as a gift. A shoulder jump just to check out the situation. Yet another firewall by that Ignis sent their way.
Adam has a great ability. Uh-oh. Wings just got blown up. That's the full push from RRQ. Gotta try and defend it. There's the Steffi being used. Zairu was able to stop a bite in his tracks, but Dudes instantly comes in for another trade on the Crime MKS. Somehow, Onyx Olympus able to rescue the teammates and dealing massive chip damage. And Adam was able to find 2 on the side. Onyx Olympus putting in the numbers. Adam with a 3-piece, and Adam with an ace.
Adam is on fire, no doubt whatsoever, saving the match earlier, getting a triple for himself, and now acing out RRQ to still keep Onyx Olympus alive. This is phenomenal. We wanted them to do that 4 more times in a row, and if they can pull off that exact same patience once again here, I don't think that's going to be impossible.
Looking more and more probable for sure, even in terms of money. Onyx Olympus doing slightly better than RRQ in the grand scheme of things after winning, what, 2 rounds in a row? 2 crucial rounds, I'd say. Adam having the rider in that previous round definitely helped out because Shipyard has a lot of tight corners, but with how RQ is playing, I think that Spider is going to get a lot more value than they initially expected.
Gets hit by the firewall. Not too happy with that.
Look at that Spider.
Spider's just chilling, man. It's just waiting.
Yeah, blocked out by their own blue wall, so not going to make any advancement for now. It does give some intel over to Abe, who is so patient. He saw Adam jump back into the building, so that's 1 confirmed. But you got so many footsteps, and Abe, he is willing to put himself in front, and once more he spots Adam again.
Yeah, he's got the right gun to be in front. And 590 in striking distance, and he's got the The reaction timing as well to deal with Onyx Olympus. But here comes Adam on that flank. Spots out Duds. Goes in for the shutdown. Duds turns around. Uses that glue wall. But that A124 wall tag him up. Grenades delivered in. Ma'al just managed to sidestep that.
That fire was not going to do much to Adam. Sadly, Crime has been waiting for that moment. Pops Dudes, and he's going to bleed out. Adam fights Ma'al on the side as well. And Onyx Olympus truly awake by one against the entirety of Onyx at this point. And Adam once more is the one that delivers death. Onyx 3 rounds in a row and finds themselves one away from the equalizer.
Hitting a double this time. Just in these past 3 rounds, Adam has picked up a total of 9 eliminations. This man single-handedly carrying his squad. I mean, obviously, massive teamwork out there from the side of Onyx Olympus, but these eliminations are so crucial, obviously, because if you don't shut them down, RRQ is just 1 round away from closing this game.
You can see who is doing majority of the lifting, right? It's Adam with 11 and the Wings with 5. Of course, Zyro and Crime MKS also had their moments, eliminations. Let's go over to the one who deals the final blow. But when in terms of knockdowns, they obviously did put in a couple of their own. But Abai is going to be pushed out so far by the early moves from Onyx. Another firewall, and that's another 30 HP down. Abai really wants to stay here, but they're making it incredibly tough.
Abai waiting for Adam to make a mistake this time round. AWM in the hands of Adam, who gets stacked up. Half HP left here. 18 Deer trying to get the job done for the side of RRQ. But Adam just refuses to go down. With a sliver of health here. Manages to get out. No, what a tag with a grenade.
Absolute fireworks show from Onyx Olympus. When Wings finds 3, just like that.
And we are all equal here in terms of points. 11 rounds available in a game, and we are on that 11th round thanks to a undying Onyx Olympus refusing to give up, and Adam putting on the show of his life. Wings finding the clip onto everyone. My God, Onyx Olympus, they do not want to lose here.
Definitely not. They've come so far. But this sudden death round, everyone's decked out in economy. You get to buy whatever you want. The system gives you the best of the best. And let's see if Onyx can really cross the finishing line. Only one team has been able to do it, and that was Fire Esports. And funnily enough, it was against Onyx Olympus, so they know that feeling. Abai getting pushed instantly. That could have been disastrous. But he finds 18 Deer at the back of it to keep Adam away. And still, it is RRQ that takes the damage. Wings again finds the shot.
My God. What an awakening of Onyx Olympus right here in front of us. RRQ initially taking such a massive lead, and now Onyx, not only do they turn the tables, they're 1 man up. Wings super clipped. Abai bleeding out on the ground. Ma'al about to be shut down. Crime with the M590 gets the tag, but the mini Uzi in the hands of Ma'al scares him away for the time being.
As Iroh wins this 1v1 with a sliver of health, Ma'al finds the knockdown, but this is done and dusted. Onyx Olympus with a comeback win to open up the semifinals run. What a beginning!
What an opener! My God, Onyx Olympus, the comeback was phenomenal, unbelievably phenomenal. And it initially looked like they were cooked. The players were not finding those eliminations at all, and in fact, half the team still was struggling to find eliminations all the way down to round 11, right? But 2 players, man, Adam and Wings, they put on a show of a lifetime. When that AWM got picked up by Wings, my goodness, he cooked.
Yeah, he cooked and he served a full course meal in this first game on Bermuda. It all started when Adam started waking up, getting a triple, and then afterwards an ace, and Wings was like, I have to match that energy. And again, radiates, right? It resonates with the rest of Onyx Olympus. They just kept doing what's right. They kept stopping the front lines of RQ. Kazu, and I did mention the team that experienced a comeback yesterday was Onyx Olympus themselves, right? The Fire Esports was able to make that 11th round, that 6-5 run, and Onyx now pulls it off themselves.
I am just in super shock right now, because it's not that they were not capable of beating RRQ, but that resilience from just being 1 round away from being annihilated 5-1. They went back in there, won 5 rounds in a row. To dig deep and to pull out performance like that, to not get nervous and make, unfortunate mistakes out there on the battlefield, but instead play, some of the best rounds of their life. I hope we see more of that. But of course, I'm pretty sure that performance of theirs pissed RRQ off. They weren't going super serious. I'm very interested to see if or not we see a comeback here, or a super shocker for the opener of our day. Can Onyx Olympus now go 2-0?
It does feel possible with how they closed out that match 1. Like I said yesterday, the hardest round to win is the round that gives you the match. And who would have thought that RRQ Kazu, I wouldn't even say they dropped the ball. I think Onyx Olympus just plays so much better the longer the game went on. And RQ Kazu couldn't adapt to it. They started getting picked off. Again, Abai wasn't able to do too much. You see the work he needed to put in just to stay in the front lines, and Onyx Olympus was not having it at all. They were trying to get him out from wherever he was hiding.
And it also looked like the side of RRQ just wasn't taking enough initiative towards the finishing parts of this matchup, right? Once they started losing rounds, they started getting very calculated. They were very scared to take, any steps forward. They were playing very defensively, and Onyx Olympus took the initiative to flank around to meet RRQ at their own defensive spot, and they still won out those bouts. This is unbelievable in terms of performance. 14 eliminations, 4,334 on the damage. No headshots, no problems. Adam was an annihilator out there with the Adam 590.
Yeah, just blast their core whenever you see them, right in the thorax if you can. We joked about the Raiden a little bit, even though you didn't get to see much of it, partly also due to the fact that the spider isn't exactly the most visible thing in a chaotic battlefield. Adam, with the help of Crime MKS on that Cassie, was just a beast. It was so hard for RQ to deal with them. We even had that round on Shipyard, the second round that they won, where Adam ate everything from the side of RQ Kazu and still walked away with full health.
I mean, this man is just a Terminator for sure. But what's more interesting is how he just works himself up when the team desperately needs him, right? He doesn't let them down. Instead, he shines like the North Star. Take a look at these numbers. Adam, 14 eliminations, 8 assists, but it's not like the rest of his team members were not doing anything. I mean, initially it looked like Zyru was bringing in low on those numbers, but the amount of damage and the assist this man brought in, he clearly was cooking up those players so that Adam could finish them off.
Zyru was essentially the sniper, of Onyx Olympus, and then Crime MKS, he's the personal butler of Adam. He follows him wherever he goes, and then Zyru and Wings just making sure that Adam and Crime MKS stay safe in those front lines. And when push comes to shove, when they really needed Zyru to step up in that final 1v1 against Dudes, he wins out the most important duel to give Onyx Olympus this game 1. So either way, very, very well played.
I mean, I am still speechless from what we just witnessed, right? Because that was one of the most beautiful comebacks we have seen out there throughout the whole of Clash Squad. We've seen some comebacks, but that one was just on a whole other level with Onyx Olympus. Now, this is where we get to see the mental strength of RRQ. Did they allow that to break them? Are they going to show us something fancy now to put us in a 1-1 equal situation to push us into game number 3? It's a best of 3 series. There's not a lot here to play around with. RRQ messes up one more time. If Onyx Olympus carries this momentum into game number 2, that's game over for RRQ.
Yeah, and on top of that, these two teams were the only two teams that played a full best of 3 yesterday, right? It would be quite a shocker for it to end in a 2-0. And not only that, I think a big part of Onyx Olympus, in their unyielding spirit, like you pointed out, was I was checking their player cams when they lost rounds. They were having a lot of fun, so you can see the mental is definitely in the right place.
Yeah.
But with Bermuda out of the way, we're heading over to Kalahari, and this is the Indonesians' favorite map, and coincidentally, RQ Kazu's favorite, which they did lose yesterday against Todak.
They most definitely did, right? So a little unfortunate on that map for them. But as far as the performance between these two go out there on game 1 at Bermuda, there was no complaints. I'm very sure the audience doesn't have any complaints. The biggest question now is, what are the bans that are going to come through here? Because we did see we thought Raiden was not going to be super effective. I didn't see the active skill in, perfect effect out there on the battlefield, but you still had this guy just, all over the battlefield slaying everybody else, right? So I don't know what kind of secret sauce Adam brought in, but I'm pretty sure the team of RRQ needs to figure out exactly who they want to take out of the list here.
I would take a wild guess. Probably it's that Indomie, right? Because I had 2 packs this morning. Tasted amazing as always. So maybe it's that secret. I mean, and they have some great unique flavors that you cannot find anywhere else, and which I'm still trying to hunt for on my next trip to Indonesia. But for RQ Kazu, they gotta dig deep, as deep as possible to find a comeback and push us to next era, because this is the final straw. And with such a strong start, you would think that RQ Kazu, is going to be in a good shape, but apparently not. But then again, they did drop game 1 yesterday to Toda before completely demolishing their opponents in game 2 and 3.
You are correct. Perhaps they are going for the exact same maneuver in here today. If it was intentional, then perhaps it may just be sweet if Onyx Olympus punishes them for being cheeky for dropping 1 game up against them. RRQ Kazu this time around taking Koda out of the equation, and Tatsuya banned out by Onyx Olympus, still targeting Abe, and obviously RRQ not wanting Onyx Olympus to use their Koda.
So the bans are the same, but Onyx Olympus gets priority this time, so Steffi is an instant pickup. This could be, so now it's between A124 and Cassie, right? We did see RQ Kazu, they take the A124, and Onyx Olympus traded with the Cassie.
Yeah.
And RQ Kazu again gives away the A124. Now Cassie is open. Does Onyx want it?
Well, Cassie open. I'm very sure the Cassie will be dragged in here. And yes, it does. Alongside Raiden, this time used by Crime MKS. And Cassie's just going to make Zairu a little bit more annoying to deal with, a little bit more annoying to shut down out there on the battlefield. And he's most probably going to be fueling up Adam to take the fight up against these boys.
Of course, there is a bit of a change for RQ Kazu. Now it's all about long range, right? You give him the Homer, give him the Iris, which was what I expected in the previous game, at least the Iris for RQ Kazu. And now we get to see that in action in the hands of Ma'ao as well. So he now has an even more important role, but Onyx Olympus have their own tricks up their sleeves. Mr. Skyler.
Yeah, I mean, Wings just loves his Riptide rhythms. Has not dropped that Skyler since yesterday, so no surprises there. That's on the other hand, will be bringing in Zane to back himself up with some extra damage absorbing abilities before he goes out there and tries to slay Onyx Olympus, because obviously these boys tried earlier and failed miserably. Great lineup coming through from the side of Onyx Olympus. Very aggressive setup here with that Skyler, Cassie, as well as Steffi. But if you look at RRQ Kazu, they've got the capabilities to disable their opponents as well as the ability to soak up a lot of the damage that can be dealt out there.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan is didn't really deviate too much from game 1. They still want to be on the offensive, but now with a bit better long-range support thanks to the Iris. On the other end, for Onyx Olympus, it's the exact same approach from game number 1, but now with the Steffi, right? With the Steffi to buff up that close quarter combat capabilities. You have the Skyler to start breaking down glue walls. The Raiden, I think, is going to be great in these tight areas, but it's very far and few in between when it comes down to Kalahari, so I wonder how they are going to utilize that Spider.
Exactly right. So even in the previous match, I didn't really see that Spider very effective out there on the battlefield, let alone, like you mentioned, Kalahari, much wider maps, very few tight spaces, but I'm pretty sure they will be chased in there. They want to protect their glue walls at the end of the day. But of course, we are going to be kicking off map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Kalahari time, baby. RRQ, if they lose this game, they are out of the competition. RRQ is fighting for their lives here.
Yeah. And it's going to be very crucial as well, because this win essentially bumps your prize pool up to a minimum of $4,000. So, I mean, if you're any team competing in the semifinals, you would want this win as much as possible to double what you already have. Of course, we saw that early grenade in Trona, I believe, is the A124, which connected, but Onyx Olympus, they're not looking to push anyway, so sure, you can throw that utility out, but we are not going to be bothered.
Very smart play from Onyx, not rushing on out, but surprising as well from the side of RRQ. I expected them to take advantage of that A1 to 4 pop, but it was a game of wait and see what the opponents are going to do. And once again, just like game 1, Onyx Olympus is holding a good back line here and not really giving away their positions yet.
I believe I saw an attempted boost. Wonder if Onyx Olympus has someone on the roof of the tent. Apparently not, so they decided against that. They did get some couple of chip damage, which is about to be amplified. Ma'ao down in the red. Abai also needs some time to heal back up, and Onyx Olympus, they're gonna skirt the edges of the circle. Adam right in the face of 18 Deer, and Dus, his back is turned to the side. I'll take down Wings somehow. Zyro was able to take down Abai, so at the end of the day, it's gonna be Onyx Olympus coming out strong. Guns blazing, and just taking down member after member of RQ. Kazu, and Dus only has the sight in hand. What can you do? They try and cleave down 3 members of Onyx Olympus who are not giving him the opportunity at all.
RRQ's fresh off the boat with $8,000 in their pocket. So perhaps Onyx Olympus is saying enough is enough. You don't have to fight for another 8K. Let us have it this time. What a start to this game number 2. Dutch did manage to get that melee slay onto Wings earlier, but you know, it was just a cheeky one. RRQ just got torn apart by Onyx Olympus in that round 1.
You could see that. I feel like RQ Kazu were not ready at all, and in fact, forcing the guns in this round 2. They really want to kind of catch Onyx Olympus off guard. We'll see how this pans out, because they do have the abilities for it to happen, to make it work. Iris, you know, Homer, Onyx Olympus, undeterred. Look at Adam and Zyru in the face of RQ Kazu already, and Wings does get punished.
And RRQ is just very comfortable here at Refinery, right? This is their home. They know this like the back of their hands. Everybody just going there for that AC-80 on the triple buy. They know that ranged gameplay is going to give them that advantage. And understanding this terrain so well will give them 2 eliminations very early on. Onyx Olympus trying to desperately catch back up here, but Abe has got a little bit of backup in that. And that was just way too easy as Adam finds 18 Deer. RRQ finds him in a return to pull 1 round back.
Good round from RRQ to essentially just take out stragglers from the side of Onyx Olympus. Crime MKS and Wings both caught sleeping at the wheel, trying to find a good position when RQ Kazu already has a sniper's nest established. So Onyx losing the front line support right off the bat didn't turn out well. Good equalizer for RRQ.
Let's see what happens in this round 3. Yes, it's now double weapons time. Enough resources to bring in that shotgun alongside a mid to long range engager. RRQ with a 3v2 here down in the middle. Riptide Rhythm courtesy of Onyx Olympus. Wings will send that in, but it does not affect RRQ in the slightest. Instead, it drops the defenses of Adam. He goes down. Zyru taken down as well as 18 Deer finds him. That's shooting him from the back. Onyx Olympus, their defenses all crumble thanks to their own.
Good idea though from Onyx Olympus. Unfortunately, the Riptide Rhythm didn't cover the full extent of the area. So at the end of the day, RQ Kazu was still able to back off and put up extra glue walls to keep themselves safe. Crime MKS was able to down Abai, but needs to fight Dudes. And the Mini Uzi just better in these situations. RQ Kazu finding their 2nd round in a row. You see this Riptide Rhythm. They needed a bit more range, but couldn't find it because of where it hit.
Wings will regret that one for sure, as he got sprayed down, and Prime MKS with the Deagle just could not find those headshots in time to stop the rush of RRQ. 2-1 as RRQ makes back-to-back victories possible for themselves. Now time for those VSKs up onto the skeleton as Onyx Olympus looks to play that high ground.
I'm playing at Mammoth. The location is pretty much revealed. If the clue is popped in this early stage, which should be the move, now that Coda is not available. And RQ Kazu are going for a big wraparound, so this tent is going to keep them safe from Onyx Olympus.
And Onyx roughly knows where they are. They didn't already before those shots. They know now. Ma'al versus Adam is going to be pretty interesting.
Oh, Crime, I feel like has a good idea of where RQ might be. Going for a reposition though, because Ma'al is going to be the big threat with Wings going down. The idea is there. Crime wanted to support Wings, but just couldn't get there in time. And then losing Wings means that high ground is now compromised. They gotta somehow take care of Ma'al.
And it's not just that player with the long-range capabilities. RRQ, every single player has got either a VSK or the AC-80. But Ma'al will break his foot! And the play zone gets the rest of it done in. Poor man will not get picked up. A little unfortunate. Kind of funny, but more unfortunate.
Should still be a win with Crime MKS literally being the last man standing on top of the mammoth skeleton. Having to deal with the blue zone and no way out. If he jumps down, he is straight up dead. So he needs to somehow win this fight while traversing the skeleton. He's doing a pretty good job at it. But time's gonna run out as he surrenders himself to Abe. So 3 rounds for RRQ.
We thought the circle would do him in, but Abe, of course, taking advantage. 3 rounds in a row for RRQ just means that these boys are on for a fantastic comeback. But of course, Onyx Olympus showing us earlier on that they can go 5 back-to-back rounds with no sweat broken whatsoever. Still not too late for Onyx Olympus to run away with this match and send their big brothers home.
Oh yeah, if Onyx makes another comeback run, this truly is going to be a series to remember. Despite it being a show match, it still has delivered on a lot of fronts. You know, like those pilot seasons you don't expect too much out of. I mean, Onyx has definitely given us more than what we initially expected. Close range battle of Bay under massive pressure. You got Zyro from the top. Adam comes in with the drop down, trying to go for slam dunk on the dude. Somehow wins that fight. Blue wall goes down. Adam heals back up. Thanks to electrotherapy, and that is the support system that we've been looking for from Onyx.
And Zyro as well will be able to find a Bay as he sneaks away behind the bar. Ma'al, the final player with the mini Uzi in hand to take on 3 players on the side of Onyx Olympus. Does manage to find a tag onto Crime MKS, giving away his position as well. Things get a tad bit more difficult for Ma'al as they know exactly where to hunt him down.
Should be an Onyx round for sure. It's going to be easy drop down. Adam comes in. Maybe finding some tag those blue walls. Instantly expanded. Crime MKS with the collection. So 2 rounds for Onyx. And this was such a good push, that Riptide Rhythm. Completely dismantled all the blue wall defenses from RRQ. And then you have Wings, who literally was hiding at the bottom of the bottom level of the ship. And through that peephole was able to find a couple of shots into RRQ too.
It's tight spaces like these that the Riptide Rhythm just brings in so much of damage, just opening up the field of play, allowing Onyx Olympus to get the damage done, and they love playing it close range. The M590, the perfect shotgun to get the job done. Wings now up with advantage point and AWM in hand, but the rest of his team members outnumbered in a full 4-man fight on the side of RRQ.
Like we might see history repeat, Sonic basically deploys their MO to shut down Abai. See the spider coming to work, actually 18 year rooted for just a little bit. The grenades come in, Zyro loses the fight! On the flank, Abai finding the pick off, and Crime MKS again goes down. Just Adam and Wings. Can he do it?
Still not leaving his hand just yet. Kind of stuck to his palm, but that's circling around, finds him. Good tag. And it's a 2v1 here. Adam's not going to survive this if it gets caught. And another clip onto his foot as he runs away. And that should be able to finish this off right now with the next bump. And he does exactly that. Wings a sliver of health left as the final player on the side of Onyx. But it looks like all hope is gone.
Double kill.
The only way for them to win that 2v4 was for Adam to win his fight against Dudes, which didn't happen. But Wings was doing his best to give that support. Like that support from that high ground was pretty decent. Adam needed to win this to give themselves some breathing room and to allow Wings to kind of basically just pepper RQ Kazu. But all that plan failed. And again, it was because of an open flank that Abe was able to exploit. So Onyx Olympus needs to be a bit more aware of their surroundings.
Onyx Olympus now with a 3-1 split, once again sending Wings to the advantage point. But by the time he gets up to that second floor, the rest of RRQ already meeting the rest of his brothers in the middle of the battlefield, and Zyro getting the tag with the ice grenade because it was his buddy up close and personal, pumping everyone down with an M590.
Zyro did get taken down. Abe needs to be picked up for RRQ to have the chance. Zyro is certainly leading up, but Wings was able to find him out this time. That's Iris eliminated. Good ice grenade from Wings that takes out Dudes. He is doing everything, but Adam loses it out to the 18. Abe takes out Crime MKS, and now there's a turnaround. And RRQ pulls it off from the brink of defeat.
Wings was late to his spot, but very effective with that vantage point, managing to get a double knock, one with the ice grenade and another one with the VSK. But unfortunately, up close and personal, outnumbered, could not get the job done. And RRQ now on match point to find the equalizer and push us into game 3.
It was pretty unfortunate for Onyx because we did see the Rider Spider essentially revealed where RRQ's front line was going to be. That's why Onyx Olympus was so determined to go for the push, and they still lost despite having that intel. We're back to where we were in game 1. RRQ at match point, Onyx having to make that marathon of a run.
Grenades all laid out. Now the lethals on for the pop. Ignis and his firewall will be able to burn up too. Abe spotted out. Adam giving that information away to the rest of his team members. Tries to get to the back, but will be punished by Duts, who gets away.
Wings is just not aware of his surroundings at all. He's just allowing Baal to run up to him like that. RRQ Kazu will give us game number 3. We're going all the way to Nextera to decide who makes it to Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, RRQ making the finisher look way too easy. Initially, as we opened up Bermuda earlier on, it seemed like RRQ had everything in the bag until, of course, Onyx Olympus turned on beast mode and made the phenomenal comeback. But of course, RRQ is not going to let the opportunity to walk away preseason $16,000 richer slip away just like that, Husky.
It's going to be such a massive boost, right? Essentially, you're winning a mini tournament like that. But again, Onyx Olympus, some minor errors in terms of how they approach some of these fights. You know, even when they had the advantage, I feel like it's a bit of lack of awareness from the backline, right? Like game 2, I think the weak link was definitely Zyru and Wings, and crazy enough, it was Wings who was the one who stepped up in game 1, but game 2, he was just losing every single front.
Yeah, unfortunately, the plan for the side of Onyx Olympus was to get him onto a vantage point and split away from the rest of the team members, whereas RRQ, they just chose to stick together as much as possible. Ma'al, of course, was holding that back flanking position as the sniper, but he wasn't too far away to give them that assist to go in there for the pickup when it was truly needed. Wings, on the other hand, was just way too far from the party. Even in that final round, we saw, by the time he kind of caught up with that VSK, it was too late. The 3 of his team members were already down in the dumps already. So perhaps that can be something that is fixed on the side of Onyx Olympus. If they don't play together as a squad, the least they can do is not have their players rush onto the middle of the battlefield before Wings gets to position, because it's so crucial. When he is in position, he's able to hit those shots.
Oh yeah. So again, a bit of oversight, I think, from the side of Onyx Olympus. They definitely could have made that round so much easier for themselves. Either way, I think, for this round, for at least for game number 2, RRQ Kazu, we talk about them waking up, and they surely did wake up when you needed them the most, and they made it look so easy.
Absolutely, man. And of course, initially in Bermuda, they made it look easy as well until Onyx Olympus showed that they can do the same. This didn't work out in the favor of Onyx Olympus here at Kalahari. How they managed to go beast mode towards the second half of Bermuda, that just did not get turned on this time around. And obviously RRQ showing that they can find the phenomenal finisher towards the very end as well. So that was sweet to watch. As we head on into game number 3, I don't think RRQ is going to leave any room for chances whatsoever. They are going to go in here for a quick finisher, and this man is going to make sure of that personally. Abe with the A124, 3,782 damage, 8 eliminations, 12.5 on the headshot rate. Not too bad, not too great, but it doesn't matter. He's getting the job done.
Oh yeah, he definitely is. Look at that on the front line. I mean, Abe was able to really slip through the cracks of a lot of these rounds, right? Finding the back line of Onyx Olympus, which shouldn't be possible, but he gets it done anyways, and it really contributed to RQ Kazu winning a couple of these rounds. And in fact, it was the late game rounds as well, so the value essentially just doubles.
And of course, he brings in the Rocky as well, who very conveniently reduces the cooldown time for this A124. So, just getting her to pop and disabling the rest of the Onyx Olympus squad also is one of the key factors here that allowed the whole squad of RRQ to overwhelm Onyx Olympus in those close range fights, which they could not find any counter to whatsoever. 8 eliminations here for Abe as well as Ma'al. Duts and 18D finding 5 each for themselves. The numbers just don't look so convincing on the side of Onyx Olympus, except for the damage here on Adam.
Oh yeah, and you see overall for Onyx Olympus this game, Adam still putting in the numbers. I mean, even Wings had 3 eliminations, but it was again the late rounds that Onyx Olympus started. The engine started cooling down a little bit too early, and they were not able to constantly keep up with RQ Kazu, which essentially allowed Abaitu and Ma'al to run around. In fact, Ma'al stepping up as well, winning these long-range fights was crucial for RQ Kazu.
Absolutely right, and Ma'al, his main mission was to shut down Wings from the opposite side, and he did that phenomenally well multiple times. And even if he could not find Wings sometimes, because Wings was always late to get to his position, he was finding the rest of the players on the side of Onyx Olympus, not for the full, knocks at least, but at least the damage was chipped in by Ma'al to allow players like Abe to get the job finished down in the middle part of the map, where RRQ just kept rushing into time and time again. So hopefully that's something that Onyx Olympus picked on as well, and they avoid in this next era map, because if they do rush in to meet RRQ once again, I think this one's going to come to a very quick end, Husky.
Oh yeah, you can see for Nextera, it definitely has some extra elements to it. First of all, it's the whole, if you have to play in graph labs, now you have to kind of think twice about how you want to play things, but you have other traits of the map, right? Like having travelators, having teleporters, depending on which location you are playing at, and it's very urbanized play battleground. So I think for Onyx Olympus, they're definitely going to be a lot more used to it, because clearly Kalahari has so much open ground and open field, and it felt like it wasn't what they are well versed with.
Can't wait to see exactly who these players choose to ban from being picked here in this next Terra map. RRQ, yesterday they obviously did not like dealing with the Cassie, but this time it's the Steffi that gets taken out of the equation. And once again, Onyx Olympus, they rather deal with the A124 off of Abe than his Tatsuya.
If that's the case, I feel like A124 definitely has is a lot more important for Onyx Olympus to ban out, considering how they want to play this. But they do get the Cassie again, just like the previous round. So I think it's a trade that I think that they are very happy with. In this case, if I'm RQ Kazu, if I'm Onyx Olympus, I actually wouldn't be complaining as much at all. This could feed into that Zane pick now that Koda was let through. So this could be a bit of a tough one for Onyx to deal with.
Yeah, Onyx with the Zane should be a good pick, but instead they bring in the Raiden, very confident with this guy once again. Earlier on, it was the Raiden on play for Adam, where he made that phenomenal comeback for Bermuda. And okay, all right. I thought this was not possible.
No, it shouldn't be. I would go take a wild guess and say it's like a Skylar or an Ignis.
Yeah, so if it's not, then it's probably Clue for Ma'al.
Oh yeah, it could be.
Okay, there you go.
There it is.
It's
Okay.
Skylar and Ignis for the side of Onyx Olympus. We were wondering what in the world was going on, but it's all right. Skylar in the hands of Wings. This one is bread and butter. He knows exactly how to get the job done out there. Crime MKS bringing in the Ignis. I don't know, because Ignis isn't really something that RRQ finds difficulty dealing with. They just sidestep those firewalls. Even if it does manage to touch them, losing 30 HP has not been much of an issue for RRQ so far.
If they take a page out of how WAG played yesterday, maybe they are gonna have a decent idea on how to play this out, right? Because again, on Xterra, Ignis, Skylar, the values are there. It's an urban warfare. It's so much easier to take care of tight areas. I think Onyx Olympus are onto something with this comp. They probably looked at how WAG beat VRU and figured that this is the way that they want to approach it. I have no problem with it at all. It is so heavily focused on just taking down your glue walls and forcing you into an honest, front-to-front gunfight.
And I don't like that, right, for Onyx Olympus, because that's not supposed to be something they focus on, because in a, straightforward gunfight up against RRQ, it's going to be RRQ walking out there as the champions. And, we've seen that encounter happen on the battlefield once too many times on Battle Royale. Perhaps, they fancy it's going to be a little different here in Clash Squad. At least it was different in Bermuda when we started things off with a phenomenal comeback. Maybe they can just do that again.
And the fact that RQ Kazu was able to stop it in game 2, it's a good start. Again, if I did say if it ended 2-0, it would be quite a disservice to both teams, but they did play a full series yesterday, and now they get to play it again today. Of course, one of them will move on to Grand Finals and guarantee at least 1,000 in the bag, and look at that, an instant move. What was that from Adam?
Abe just could not get it done with the G18 and will get sprayed down with the M500. Adam just took one shot straight to the head to put down his opponent. Abe could not do much with that A124 in that sort of situation. Now in a 4v3, RRQ, one man down, but still not impossible land just yet.
That was a Mission Impossible-esque shot, right? Right off the zipline. It was just very great accuracy from Adam. And this already puts a dent into RQ's plan. No A124, no A124, which was on Abe. Mao also losing half his health. Dutch was able to find Zairu, so at least you equalize the playing field. Can he get the confirmation though? That's important.
Oh, just not getting out of the way. Underestimating what the M500 can do from a distance like that. Gets straight down to the ground. Now nobody can go in here for the pickup as well. Adam with a sliver of health left. Just oversteps his boundaries, but thankfully Wings and Crime just need to look for one more player here in 18D to bring this to a close.
I was about to say RQ actually had a good chance of winning this. Mao just can bring back out. What was that shot from Wings? Highlight reels in a pistol round. Wings shoots both of them out the air. But look at this shot. Woo! Nasty stuff from Adam.
This was just too beautiful to watch. And it is a fantastic opener here for Onyx Olympus. I mean, USP G18, no problem, baby. We'll get it done with these pistols. Now the Eagles are going to be brought out for play as well. AC80 on the focus here for RRQ. Yeah. This is going to force their way through this one.
Just like game number 2, go for that force buy. There was a moment in pistol rounds where I feel like Dutz is going to be kicking himself because he caught, I believe, Adam defenseless, but wasn't able to find Crime and KS defenseless, but wasn't able to get the knockdown. Like missed all his pistol shots. His entire magazine was blown in that exchange. It's a small loss, but we've seen RQ force by the second round and win either way, and Onyx should be aware of that move already.
Adam with the mini Uzi will be able to sidestep the players of RRQ who are forced back. And back up the stairs. Now he can maybe sneak in the backstab. Zairu caught out. RRQ all stacking up the door. Zairu will get sprayed down. Adam not in position to go in here for the pickup as Abe flanks around to find him as well.
Yeah, Crime against let's lose the mace before he goes down, but can he do enough though? They have 2 members on the ground inside of RQ already, but Wings is now left alone. And this time, a big task on his hands against Abe and Mao, the 2 deadliest members of RQ Kazu. Let's take the travelator. 2 Wings. It's gonna drop down to the first floor. Abe should be waiting for him already. Wings taking too much damage from the blue zone. Didn't think this through, so RQ Kazu gets their first round.
That fall animation just kind of keeping him grounded for too long. Couldn't really run in and avoid the blue. And obviously Clash Squad, the blue is very unforgiving. And RRQ now with 1 round back in their pocket. This is the final game left in this series between RRQ and Onyx Olympus. The loser goes home. Winner moves on to the grand finals to play for $8,000 US.
High stakes for both teams. Of course, if you're RRQ, you're looking to exert dominance at the start of the year. Onyx Olympus in kind of on their way to prove that they are still one of the few up-and-comings. Adam just blows off the heels of 18 Deer through that gap. Abai was able to find his shoulder peeking out. A bit of an awkward angle that Onyx Olympus didn't pay attention to, but Zairu gets the trade back very quickly. Finishing off Abai. So at the end of the day, it's Onyx Olympus coming out on top.
Needing to find Duts and Ma'al as well out there. Onyx Olympus will be able to pick Adam right back up to his feet. 18 Deer too far away from the rest of them as Duts gets clipped by Wings and his VSK. Ma'al, the final player in a 1v4. That AC-80 is too slow of a gun to go up against 4 players.
Nothing much that Ma'al can do in the situation as they just run him down. So Onyx Olympus takes the lead again, getting the 3rd round. Very quick recovery, you know, primarily mini Uzi. This one was, you can't even blame 18 Deer, right? Like, most of the times you forget that there are these small gaps.
I mean, it's unfortunate that he went down like that, but of course it was a very, very smart play coming through from Onyx Olympus as well. Map awareness, knowing where they can go in there for the spray, exactly where to look, taking opportunity of every single mistake RRQ makes. And this time you've got your teleporters here on play as well. Al flanking from that right hand side, but Onyx Olympus already stacking the cinema.
I think if you are Onyx Olympus, you can stick to the game plan. In fact, take the second floor first. Crucial members, of course, on the side of Onyx Olympus that needs to survive. We've talked about this. It's going to be Wings and Adam, but most importantly is you want Adam to be able to get to the front alongside that Cassie without taking too much damage, and that's too much damage. Adam's got knocked down.
And that's just stood no chance whatsoever.
Oh, the firewall
sent out! And Crime using that as the opener to go for the pickup, but will fail. And Ma'al drops him. RRQ thought they got away with that one, but Onyx Olympus shockingly steamrolls them for a 3-1 scoreline now.
Right into the meat grinder. A good crossfire, a fantastic crossfire set up by Zyru and Crime MKS. And RRQ Kazu, they dropped down, all looked at the same direction, giving Crime MKS the easiest spray down of his career. And that is going to be a stinger. With Onyx Olympus now 2 rounds ahead of RRQ Kazu, 3 rounds away from netting themselves a ticket to the grand finals.
1 hour into our broadcast, this is actually quite a fast series between these two Indonesian squads.
Yeah,
so they end of game 3, just slightly over an hour.
Barring the full 11 rounds, right? It's
yeah,
pressing at quite a steady pace. You can see the Spider used very early on to tag a couple of members of RRQ Kazu, but still Onyx Olympus not able to capitalize on that. Ends up losing some of the health bars, but was able to heal back up in time. The idea is still there, like Adam wants to get up close and personal and finds a bear of all people! And that is gonna be tough for 18 Deer Adam. He is on a rampage. Crime MKS does get taken out by Jules with the meeting Uzi in hand. And Bay also chips back in as he gets picked back up, but now gonna deal with Adam around the corner. Adam wins out again with the pre-fire. And Onyx Olympus in the lead is Ma'al against Wings and Adam. They are both in the red. There is a chance for a miracle play, but Adam will shut that down in an instant.
The M590 in the hands of Adam. And the positional play by this player just way too good for RRQ to sidestep. And even towards the end, Ma'al just outnumbered. Tried to make a miracle play with that mini Uzi, but could not get anything done in a distance like that up against that super shotgun in this game. 4-1, 2 rounds away from sending RRQ home.
Crazy stuff from Onyx Olympus. That could be the breaking point for RRQ because it completely shattered their economy. No minimal utility, focusing a lot of it into just defense, especially when dealing with the M590 from Onyx Olympus, which has been essentially the crux of Onyx Olympus winning these rounds. As we're in graph laps now.
Yeah. Wings are very dangerous with that AWM. Has the same gun as well, and Zyru with the AC-80 slowly crawling down that lower floor. I'm looking for one that's in danger zone now. MP5, it's going to be that firewall that tags him up. 30 HP down in the drain already, but the jump shot will find the clip, but he gets sprayed down by Zyru's SMG.
So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but does it still there. He's not out just yet. Good shot from out to take out Adam. But Crime MKS catches him with the nade. They're trying to equalize the playing field, but again, Arctic Olympus drops the firewall. Crime MKS pushes forward, finds the third. Crime MKS in a 1v1 against 18 here and brings Arctic Olympus to that series point.
Series point for Onyx Olympus. No comebacks needed here for Onyx this time round, as they are the first one to race to point number 5, and RRQ lags behind. That forced economy is not going the way of the big brothers, and Onyx Olympus now here to shock RRQ, to shock the world, and to bring this one to a close. Look at the lineup of weapons here they've got on their side, man. Crime MKS walking in here with the VSK. I think every single player out there has got that SMG and M590 on standby. Zyru Adam meeting up in the 18 here up top. Firewall, Adam, M590 needs one more shot, but gets sprayed down instead.
Massive grenades placed from RRQ Kazu to make this one quick. It started with a collateral. Crime MKS took a shot to the body, and the follow-up nade not only took him out, but also took away half the health bar of Wings. And on the other front, it was basically RRQ 3v2 outnumbering Onyx Olympus. So that round, incredibly swift, and is great for economy because RRQ didn't have to use too much to win that round. And look at that, buying whatever they want. Of course, Onyx still has some to spare, but that massive loss did take away crucial defenses for Adam.
Yeah, that was just purely lethal grenades, man. I mean, those frag grenades managed to find their mark, and Adam now will be able to toss in a couple of ice grenades to tease the players of RRQ. Recovery, way too easy. As those blue walls get pulled up, Wings
What?
not be knocked down the way, giving it one more time.
The spider!
Wow!
Wait, they used the spider, but they were not responding in time. So Abai just swings the corner and takes both of them down. A bit of a disaster for Onyx Olympus. That's not what you want. Crime MKS and Wings both isolated, and Wings just get taken down. He's down to Crime MKS again, and he cannot do it.
And a team ace for RRQ, not a single player eliminated on the side of the big brothers RRQ, but Onyx Olympus just finding it difficult to play against all of these frag grenades. They just keep landing right in front of their faces. And what was that from Abai earlier, man? I mean, he was walking around with the AWM, switches out to the MP5, and the SMG just sprays down 2 players up close and personal so easily.
Yeah, I feel like it's a minor oversight from Onyx Olympus again. They clearly saw their spider tagged onto someone, and they didn't expect the rush, I guess, from Abai. But it was such a tight corner. This early tags, both Abai and Zyru taking some damage. Just also, Crime MKS and Wings very ready to receive the hits.
And there's a 4 AWM play here from RRQ. Talk about overkill. Looking for the numbers here. Looking for that comeback gameplay off their own. Crime tagged up. Ice grenade. A sliver of health left here. Onyx trying to save him with a shot from Wings. But Ma'al sending that response fire. Needs one good headshot.
Come on.
Opportunity. Come on. Not finding the connection just yet.
Took it 5 shots to land 1. But they still got Zyru though. There's a nade trade all around. Mao finally gets Crime MKS. And Wings, once more, last man alive. No way out of this one.
At this point, RRQ, they just need this. Ma'al playing that Iris, so Glue Wall's not going to work against him, but man's not getting any shot on point. I didn't hear. We'll say, no problem, bro. We'll chip in.
18 did looking at that and was like, man, your form's kind of off with that. Almost unloaded a full magazine. Not able to take down Wings, who for 90% of the time wasn't really aware of Ma'al either way. He got some pretty clear shots, but trigger discipline sometimes, you know, overcompensating for what he could have done. Still,
I mean, no surprises why Ma'al's just on 3 eliminations so far, bro.
He got 13 assists though, so not complaining. He's doing something right.
Yeah, finding a couple of bullets to the recipient. But Ma'al, I'm sure he'll be tickled that he can't find those numbers, but that's now. Looking for that comeback round, Wings. Response not on point. Zairu Abe will get knocked down, but Onyx Olympus with the turnaround here. Maal needs a pickup.
This is so possible. Oh, I thought that was going to be a disaster unless...
Dude.
Maal shows up again. How do you get close to this man?
What a denial here by Onyx Olympus. But now, in a 1v2, Wings very low on his health.
Man.
Thankfully, he has got that med kit on him.
This is so doable for Maal. Even throws out the smoke grenade to isolate an angle. So Wings cannot see him, but Maal, if he pops out right now, he might be able to catch Adam. Again, we talk about them needing isolated fights. This is the perfect scenario for Maal. He doesn't really need to move too much. Should be able to hear the drop from Adam too.
And Maal's the sniper, man. I mean, he's not going to be able to get up close and personal, almost. With a shot onto Adam to take him out. Ice grenade. That's just going to tease Adam a little bit. Wings with a response nade to force Maal out of his position. And that fails.
Maal has to make the play of his life. Make up for all the wrongs in the previous round. Takes a shot. Oh, that's going to blow that helmet off. Somehow hits the shoulder blade.
Oi! And that's about it. Onyx Olympus sends RRQ home.
Oh, that was so close. That could have really been the play of the tournament by Maal, but just could not get it done. Needed to land crucial shots. Had the right idea, but finds no headshots, right? Those were the moments where you really need to start landing headshots, but couldn't find it. Onyx Olympus defying odds, defying predictions, and now they're in the grand finals. First team to make it there, guaranteeing them a minimum of 4,000 and a chance to get 8,000 if they walk away with the BO5 later tonight.
The 4th seed from preseason Battle Royale here at FFWS SEA is now moving on into the grand finals. Top 2 spots guaranteed for them, maybe even the champion of Clash Squad here at the preseason to walk away with $8,000. And if that happens, it's going to be a historic moment here because it is an all-out domination by Indonesia at the preseason if that happens. But of course, we still do have a couple of other nations here. We've got Vietnam and we've got Thailand still in the race. WAG up against Falcons. That's going to be yet another explosive match for us right after this.
It's going to be a tight one, right? Onyx Olympus showcased some pretty clutch genes, some really good ideas on how to play Clash Squad, but then you got WAG who yesterday gave us a heck of a match against BRU. You got Team Falcons who looked unstoppable, right? Like Twisted Mice could not hold a candle to Team Falcons. In fact, I think Team Falcons gave us the fastest match, yeah, the fastest series overall in terms of rounds. So we'll see if WAG can find a way to stop Team Falcons, who was essentially running a Russia-less lineup and was still able to play as if everyone is a Russia.
Yeah, I most definitely agree with you, man. I mean, yesterday we really saw them rock that Cassie, the lineup with the Homer, Iris, Alok. It was a surprising lineup for sure, especially with the Alok being dragged in, but they made that work for themselves, right? Massive in terms of how quickly they got that done. The numbers did not look too great because of how few rounds were in existence there. But what was shocking was if you really compare the damage that Falcons brought out in their short number of rounds as opposed to the other teams, they had so much more damage. So WAG has got a treat waiting for them in a little bit. But of course, let's focus back here on the downfall of RRQ. I did not see that one coming, Husky.
No, I did not at all. I mean, RRQ looked pretty good yesterday. I mean, shaky start just like yesterday, which was okay, forgivable. Round 2, they did come in hot, a 6-2 dominance. Round 3, it almost felt like a reverse sweep was possible, right? A comeback was almost possible. But Onyx Olympus, through some pretty good ideas, was able to shut down RQ Kazu at the finishing line. And you got some clutch Gs. I mean, Crime MKS, he himself stepped up, was able to clutch out a round all on his own, and then you have that massive crossfire that bulldozed through RQ Kazu and giving Onyx Olympus an even greater lead. They just have enough cushions to fall back on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if at all RRQ Kazu thought they could take it easy on Onyx Olympus, well, they just learned a tough lesson and they'll never do that again, because taking it easy just meant that Onyx Olympus not just pushed them, but managed to reverse the result out at Bermuda before we even got to Kalahari. And that's where RRQ showed us what they're truly capable of, shutting down Onyx Olympus, only allowing them to take away 2 rounds. But this final game at Nexterra, MVP goes to Adam overall because of what he's been able to do, not just on Nexterra, but all throughout these games, right? Starting from Bermuda. 8 eliminations this time around, 3,282 damage, 25% of his shots were landing on those heads. This guy was unbelievably good today.
He definitely deserves the MVP title, right? Getting 2 MVPs just off of the semifinals. Now he is in contention and getting that extra $500 if he keeps this up. Of course, the Raiden was starting to see a bit of that usage. You know, there are a couple of moments where I catch the usage of the spider, but is it the best character? I don't think so, but in niche situations, I think Onyx Olympus definitely had the right idea to make it effective.
And looking at these numbers here, a 6-4 victory on the scoreboard, and the eliminations king is the one and only Wings. I mean, unbelievable performance from Adam for sure, but Wings just with the consistency all throughout these games. But mainly these 2 boys, right, Adam and Wings, they carried Onyx Olympus on their shoulders. Crime and Zyru, they did enough when it comes to the assist and the damage, but obviously we can see some lapse in terms of capabilities here from Crime MKS. He's just not as lethal as he used to seem on Expand.
I think that's also because a bit of that role swap, right? He's not in the Russia role as far as I can see. More of a supportive one. But he did step up when the team needed him to, you know, giving us a bit of that Crime MKS genes every now and then. But in terms of head-to-head, this is pretty crazy. Despite losing, Abai still has more eliminations, more damage, better KDs. Yeah. But Adam, bit of a more of a late bloomer, was able to kind of match that firepower and give Onyx Olympus some great rounds.
Yeah, Adam, of course, winning out on the assist category, but overall it was solid teamwork on the side of Onyx Olympus to shut down RRQ and make sure they don't go back-to-back on this preseason for both Battle Royale and Clash Squad, taking them out of the equation. So now 2 of the biggest teams on Clash Squad have been eliminated from the equation, right? 2 of the biggest threats. You're talking about Buriram, you're talking about RRQ. Now we are left with Onyx Olympus, WAG, and Falcons. And if WAG could do that to Buriram yesterday, the possibility of shutting down Falcons is there as well, Aski.
The craziest finals would essentially be a finals where Onyx Olympus have to take on WAG in a best of 5, right? No, no, you know, championship title holder in the grand finals. I don't think we've seen that ever in what the 4 or 5 years we've worked together. This could be the first, even though it's just a show match. It's still something that is worth looking forward to. We're gonna go for a short 2-minute break, but when we come back, it's gonna be Team Falcons taking on WAG to see who faces Onyx Olympus in the grand finals.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Pre-Season Clash Squad. We are now on our final day. One more game before we get to our grand finals. This time, it's Thailand taking on Vietnam. Falcons, they will meet WAG in a best-of-3. Winner goes to the finals. Loser, unfortunately, goes home. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Husky. We are your casters for the day. And my, oh my, what an exciting showdown it was there for the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, we are in for a treat. I mean, we've been given some great treats since yesterday, and it only gets better. This feels like an omakase from all the teams, essentially. Like every single prediction that anyone has had, I think it's time to, just throw it out the window. I don't think any of your prediction is coming true at this point. Map order for the semifinals. We're going to start off with Nextera this time before we head over to Bermuda. And then if we get lucky, we get a game tree, we'll go to Kalahari.
And this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, right? So sometimes these teams, they do have certain positions or certain maps where they're very proficient at, like RRQ earlier on. Kalahari may be a map where they favor, but Refinery, very specifically, the area within that map, they dominate. And we could see how they very easily shut down Onyx Olympus. So some of these maps being put through that randomizer could just be the determining factor as to who gets the early momentum. And that early momentum could just be what breaks their opponents. And, fingers crossed, WAG finds some sort of extra assistance here, because Team Falcons, mechanical capability-wise, on paper, they are the better squad.
I think the highlight between these two teams, we're definitely going to be looking at two individuals, right? One from each team. I'm looking at Export from WAG, and I'm looking at him against Limit. Because Limit popped off yesterday. He was so good at what he did that Saming was not in the game at all. He wasn't allowed to play the game. And if he brings out that 110% performance, Export needs to match him every step of the way.
Now, Falcons actually saw Steffi being used on the side of WAG yesterday, and they're like, nope, we do not want to deal with Alan. He's just way too much of a pain. They ban her out instantly. A124 taken out by WAG, and it's a Coda Dragon here by WAG just to play that extra bit of pacing to counter that Suya on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, we did see the Zane-Cassie duo from WAG yesterday, which really gave us some crazy moments, but this time they will opt to go for the Homer instead. It's all about information. They still take the Cassie though. They don't want to give Team Falcons too much of that intel gathering capability. This could force them to go for the Clue and the Iris, which would work insanely well for Limit. I think the Skylar is also still up on the table.
Yeah, since the Homer got stolen away, it's the Clue and Zane instead for one more, as well as On Fire. Limit usually drags in that Homer now without the capability of doing that. And X-Ball snatching away Iris already. Perhaps a Skylar here would make good sense for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Skylar too. Very good trade from WAG. Really, willing to play their cards and force Team Falcons to make tough decisions, but Santino will actually be the choice again. We actually saw this yesterday. I think two teams brought out the Santino to varying degrees of success. Some pretty comical, but let's see if Team Falcons can make this work, because we see some crazy switcheroos that allowed the teams to get an upper hand.
That was an almost legendary moment yesterday with the Santino, but then it failed, okay? So we have not seen effective use of the Santino, and that's just a troll pick at the end of the day, if you ask me, because it's just so hard to execute out there on the battlefield. Unless, of course, these pros are out there on a ranked match and they're meeting absolute strangers out there on the battlefield. It's a different story with the Santino. Up against pros, the Santino just doesn't stand much of a chance, right? So many things need to be aligned for that Santino to work out. But if it does, though, it will most definitely be a hype moment for us.
Yeah, especially when it's going to be on Limit. I saw Limit pick it up, and if that's going to be the case, you are going to be dealing with Houdini with a sniper rifle, so that it's quite interesting to look at, right? It does give you some ways to reposition. Let's just set up a decoy, which has been demonstrated yesterday, that the 200 HP clone can tank a couple of shots, so we'll see as we head into the first map, and Nextera nonetheless, to see who is gonna come out swinging.
Yeah, the capability to switch places with the clone, that's exactly where we're looking at the timing come into play, right? Because yesterday, like you mentioned, we did see a potential decoy. There you go, Limit. Sending the clone out to the opposite direction. And I'm just wondering exactly how he's going to play this one, because if you get too far away, you can't actually swap places.
Ah!
Alan
Wow!
Stand a chance as Karoro gets a double with the M500. And Falcons off to a phenomenal start as they hunt down X-Ball.
Like a flash in a pan. It just happened just like that, right? It's like a nano snap. Should be easy round one. Well, X-Ball didn't get the knockdown. Good try from Limit though. But that's the easy part of the pistol round. Now comes the hard one. X-Ball having to deal with the rest of Team Falcons. Grenade on one side. That's two at once. We know that Team Falcons are very good with managing that utility. Yeah. Now they just wait for X-Ball to show himself on fire, takes initiative, and yeah, just sort of take X-Ball.
Yeah, 3 players hunting him down at the same time. X-Ball stands no chance in this pistol round. Totally outnumbered, and Falcons, all thanks to Karoro's double shot on that M500, man. I mean, how do you even pull off a shot like that? The man is unreal with the reflexes. And of course, X-Ball is caught with his pants down, had nothing that he could do up against 3 players on the side of Falcons. So 1 round given away to the Thai squad.
That was super nasty from Falcons. I think for WAG, you didn't even have the time to react to how fast Falcons executed that move. Though, again, just pistols, we'll see no forces from WAG. We'll need to play it on the downside of the economy.
An opportunity to meet a double. Karoro with a mini Uzi will not get the double spray. But it doesn't matter, as On Fire is here to save the day. Tagged up now by Alan from afar. It's still a 3v3, but one more, and the God Nade just makes such a huge difference. I mean, just totally outclassed because the weapons are just unmatched.
Yeah, I see the Santino swap too. A switcheroo for Limit. I don't think WAG even has time to worry about Limit. So 2 quick rounds for Team Falcons. Once more, Karoro having the Tatsuya in his hands. Usually he's not the rusher that you know, especially after you join Team Falcons, but you're given the chance, he is still a deadly force. You know, wanting to remind everyone that all the way back when he was still with attack all around, this guy was a force to be reckoned with.
And Falcons looking to turn this into a speed run. One more! I mean, dude, come on. WAG is like, calm down, Mustachio. We'll show you what's a speed run. One more. Barely had a second out there before he got dropped, but thankfully back up on his feet now.
And that barrier just dropped, and so did one more. The smoke grenade needs time to actually kind of disperse. So On Fire a bit too fast with his movement. Even the utilities couldn't keep up. Now Karoro under a bit of fire. X-Ball takes down once more. And WAG, the clone, taken out by Alan, preventing any switcheroo play from Limit. He wanted to get out from the building, but that will not be possible.
And the turnaround here for WAG to stay alive in this game 1. It's brought out in a timely manner. 4v1 now. Karoro needs a miracle play. And we know in Clash Squad, the numbers just don't match up unless, of course, you know, some sort of, like I said, miracle happens here. Which I don't think we've ever seen. Have we ever seen a comeback in a 1v4?
No. I think at most it's like a 1v2 or 1v3, and even that is a tough ask. He will try. He's forced to try, and they will not use anything. So WAG finds their first round. On the third, which is very much expected. But X4 just really on the ball with his shots. This brings you back to the old days before the revival system was a thing, right? This is how high the stakes are. You go down, there's no coming back. You know, your teammates are going to be at a permanent disadvantage for the rest of the round.
Let's see if WAG can find the equalizer here by digging deep. Double VSK set up by X-Ball. Pretty much insistent on engaging long range, and this part of the map, you should be able to do exactly that. The ice grenade will find a double tag. Santino's clone taken out of the equation as well by WAG, and finds the tags onto 2 players from across.
That was such a big nade. Look at all their health bars, so low. Limit and Cyrus both have the same idea. Who's gonna land? That bounce over the top! Actually, became the reason Cyrus stayed alive. There could have been something from Limit.
If only there was no bounce, man, Cyrus would be on the ground now. But of course, they had a double glue wall laid out there. So the pickup wouldn't have been too tough. But back and forth with the bullets now. And a disadvantage here for Krillin. If he gets tagged up, he can spot out the heads of these players on the side of Falcons. Just no vantage point to find those tags. Falcons just playing it very smoothly. And smoke laid out here by Krillin as he wants to access that second floor.
It's going to create a bit of that anxiety, that panic from Team Falcons. Someone might come through the stairs, but you never know who that's going to be. So the blue zone will force WAG to move first. Falcons going to be forced to hold this angle and anticipating a potential off attack from the stairs, but Krillin is not going to do that. So that window has closed. Falcons are going to try and get deeper into the war zone.
Opportunity now for WAG to do some big damage here, but instead all the players choose to disengage from that gunfight, drop onto that lower deck to deal with the incoming blue. And this is a smart play from WAG as Allen gets the knock onto Limit from afar. The rest of the players too far away from him for the pickup, and Allen goes for a 2 for 2.
And 2 more to go from the side of Team Falcons. They do eventually lose Krillin, but help our why Team Falcons not doing good at all. It's just 1 more left, and the finisher comes through. Equalizer achieved by WAG.
Unbelievable stuff here. As WAG makes a solid comeback to match up the 2 rounds snatched away by Falcons initially. Now we thought the recovery was going to be tough, but it seems like they have caught up in time to make sure things don't get out of hand here. Vietnam still a strong chance.
Yeah, so
pull off an
tactical.
upset here.
The way they play this Clash Squad is so tactical. It almost feels like the usual FPSs that you see out there, the different titles. They thought this through, right? It's so many layers. And by the way, Krillin has no eliminations, but he has 8 assists. He's been involved in every single elimination in the rounds that they've won at least. You know, if you look at that on an average.
How is that even possible, Husky? To be involved in every single elimination. Out there on fire. Could not get away from Allen. And X4 turns around 1 more. Almost find the clip. Limit will be able to find 1 on the train. Kororo finding Cyrus, putting him down on the ground. But a sliver of health left here on Kororo. And X4 gets a double done in.
Holy cow, Kororo took a chance and got so much from that. He's the reason that we are in this 1v1. And Limit almost got clipped. It's between him and X4. We talked about this matchup. And X4 so far has had Limit's number around the corner. Brings the back up. Limit pushes it and finds the win.
I mean, it's that one mistake to choose to go in for the pickup. Instead, the shutdown. And that M590 in the hands of Limit, able to get the clip damage off of those pumps. Up close and personal, the M590 just way too lethal, especially when you just get picked up.
Yeah. So you did ask, like literally just now, if we have seen some big clutches or plays. I think we just saw one from Kororo. Right, the Tatsuya dash, the Rebel Rush, will allow him to get 3 knockdowns. And with the M590, essentially what happens when you get a full charge buster bust without having to, you know, channel it, that's what you get. It's a big burst of damage in your face on fire, gets clipped out by X4, but still was able to get away. Just a body shot, so that body the Kevlar damage just a little bit.
Oh, X4. Almost. And 1 more now cooking up that nade already. X4 needs to be careful here. And he sidesteps that nade beautifully. Limit now spotted out by X4. Needs to get 1 good shot. Head all popped out. But on fire with the assist from down below, and Limit will get the knock to take X4 out of commission.
Even gets away. Allen did find Limit though on the side. Krillin finds Kororo, but good return from on fire to take out Cyrus. Again, the 2v2, 1 more taking a lot of damage. Allen just knows this. There's still the Santino clone. They switch places. Limit takes it on fire, also backs him up. Limit is down, but the clone actually distracted Allen for a little bit.
Krillin swinging on in here to get that pickup. On Fire needs to be taken out of the equation here in a 1v2. Krillin, a lot of trouble. VSK finds the connection. No knockdown just yet. Needs one more shot.
Come on.
One more comes out, and Krillin ran out of time as On Fire takes the shot from his back. Unfortunate for WAG. Falcons just a tad bit better in that engagement.
Once more, needed to hit crucial shots, but could not do it at the moment that it mattered the most. I mean, Krillin didn't have the best gun for the occasion. Every bullet counted, but he just could not land it. The Travelator actually becoming a blessing in disguise for Falcons, right? The moving targets making it so tough for Krillin to actually connect his bullets. I mean, a 2-round deficit is not the worst yet. Falcons not at match point just yet.
WAG was able to pull back 2 rounds earlier, even when they were pretty low on economy, so should not be an impossible task for the Vietnamese squad. Allen, cheeky shots, but Limit is going to be annoying from afar. BSA, WM on for that switcheroo, and X-Ball will find Limit first.
Good.
That's a big knock for WAG.
Knowing their priorities, they need a Limit gone, and they find it. One more on Fire, all go down. WAG finds the solution. It was all about taking out Limit. The moment he pops his head out, X-Ball just drops him.
And I mean, Limit was the most annoying one in that sequence, right? Because he was just stopping the rest of the WAG players from moving on up. And once he got dealt with, it instantly became feeding time for WAG. Phenomenal shot from X-Ball to calm Limit down.
Whoever tossed a smoke grenade in the middle of that building definitely did cause Limit some problems, because now he loses line of sight. X-Ball once more tagging out Limit, just lights him up the moment the round starts, allowing the rest of WAG to advance forward.
This is just one of those days for X-Ball where everything's finding those connections. X-Ball though finds a little bit of revenge play courtesy of Limit, putting him on the ground. Limit will find the finisher as well. Cyrus with a sliver of health left on him. Those smokes are gonna come in handy now down in the middle part of this map. Krillin desperately trying to break down this glue wall for 1 point on his squad, and he just spends way too long, and that puts WAG in a losing spot.
Kuroro buying so much time, but Limit, what a shot that was. Playing with the Santino decoy. He overlapped himself with the ability, so X-Ball didn't know if that was a real Limit or just a fake one. Couldn't see through the silhouette. So very good ideas. I mean, Santino he's really demonstrating the amount of tricks that you could pull off with that skill.
And that brings us to match point for Falcons here on this game number 1. That Cyber Airdrop is going to be dragging both these squads down to the middle of the map. And Allen will be the first one to get there. Falcons actually not going to make good use of this airdrop at all. Instead, they are trying to flank around from the left-hand side.
Once more looking for Limit. This time, just looking for info. And got quite a lot of it, in fact.
It's one of those moments where Santino works.
Yeah, that's how you want to use it.
Walking up against the wall.
It's actually
some pro plays right there.
Actually a very smart way to use it too, right? You essentially get yourself out of danger in an instant. And the fact that it happens instantly when you swap places gives you a get out of jail free card, unless you somehow get headshotted from behind.
Unlike the updated version of the Portal Go, where you take 3 years to portal yourself onto the opposite side.
It was a nightmare.
Nobody wants to use it anymore.
It was either too strong or no one wants to use it, you know. It's
the ground for it on Fire now. Cracking these blue walls, but finds nothing except Allen's shot to his back. Tries to respawn, but understands he's in the wrong spot. And Limit finding the access from the top floor. X-Ball's out on Fire, finding the trade. But here is that comeback. Limit down on the ground. Krillin with the M590 needs one more, but one more stays alive. And Allen now to that bottom floor. Cyrus needs one more shot, but turned on. Allen needs to make this comeback.
Yeah, one more is going to try and heal back up. The glue wall. It's not going to go down. The blue zone will force them out into the center. How is Allen going to play this? dangerous straits right now. 1v2, Alan will have to take a bit of a chance. Double glue wall, tries to go for the revive, but there's no time. Alan forces it to 1v2, and it's just not doable. Time of not the essence. And Team Falcons now finds their first match win.
And it was once again Limit that broke the defenses of WAG early as he found that entry onto the top floor, taking out a player on their side, instantly dropping WAG into chaos and converting that match point into victory here for game number 1 in this best of 3. So the next game, if WAG does not make it back, we are done and on to the finals.
Yeah, and we did, both mention that Limit is going to be the most important guy for WAG to deal with. If Limit is able to perform, life is so tough. Again, all these crucial long-range wars, you can see if Limit is around, WAG doesn't get to play, and vice versa. And he's doing so much with Santino. He's gathering intel. He's able to reposition himself, and sometimes he will get a knockdown and then he ports out, and you cannot give an exact call because you don't know where he went.
Yeah, it's a great acquisition for Falcons here, right? Limit is a phenomenal player, and he's definitely earning his keep up here in this squad. I mean, in the past, we used to see those long-range shots from One More as well, but with Limit there getting this job done, One More can really focus on those CQCs, and with the M590 being so overpowered in this matchup, it just makes more sense for One More to just be up close and personal with the rest of the opponents, just popping their heads off, and Falcons have found the perfect combination of players to dominate the battlefield. It did not show though in Battle Royale for preseason, but it's definitely showing here on Clash Squad. But it's not over just yet. WAG has shown us in the past that they're capable of 1 or 2 tricks up their sleeves, so they're still waiting for that.
Well, WAG actually put up a pretty decent fight, against some close rounds, and it really came down to just the gunfights, which Team Falcons time and time again demonstrated that they have what it takes to win these crucial fights. Kororo, right, having some heroic moments to kind of start the whole arc of Team Falcons snowballing the game. So I think for WAG, great effort in game 1. We'll just have to see if they can kind of recover in game 2.
Let's take a look at a match summary here. 6-3. WAG kind of faltering too early. And every time Xpaw managed to find a response for the aggression Limit brought onto the battlefield, as well as the cover from that long range, WAG was able to contain Team Falcons. But with Limit out on the battlefield just wrecking havoc, the Vietnamese squad is finding it really, really tough to deal with him. Now, as we move on into Bermuda, this is going to be an important factor once again.
I think for WAG, the focus of the upcoming game on Bermuda is going to be the same thing, X4 against Limit. I think that would be the whole theme whenever Limit is going to be playing. If Team Falcons make it to the finals, it's going to be Limit again. I mean, look at One More, right? He only has 4 eliminations, but in terms of the value he provides in this game, with the clue alone, is unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, right? And obviously just 4 eliminations here, but look at the headshot rate. This guy is a sharpshooter for sure. And if you're walking away with headshots like that on the shotgun, you know he's getting up close and personal, and you know he's lethal when he meets you out there on the battlefield. Very nice to see him on full form, all thanks to Limit just kind of playing that long range support so well for the side of Falcons. And if WAG wants to deal with this aggression, I don't even know what they need to do, because Limit wasn't even playing with his Homer. He walked in there with a Santino of all things.
And really showed us the infinite possibilities of Santino, right? He expanded on a character that we were scratching our heads trying to figure out if it's even a good character, if it's even viable, if it's even a priority. I mean, even if Team Falcons were fooling around, they definitely were fooling around in an intelligent manner.
Yeah, I was wondering how come One More got the MVP. Now I understand. 14 assists. I mean, the man was pretty integral in almost all the fights out there on the battlefield. So he was doing quite a lot in terms of damage, allowing both on fire and limit to find the finisher onto some of these players on the side of WAG. But if you look at the side of WAG, the numbers are not too far away off of this game number one. So firepower-wise, they do have it. It's just that those final few moments to find the finisher, once they lose a couple of players, WAG seems to crumble, right? That panic kind of sets in. Falcons, they don't seem to show any signs of weakness.
Yeah, and I think, this was kind of what a lot of people were also expecting from yesterday from BRU when they dealt with WAG. Just, I guess, winning crucial gunfights is a big part of it. But once more, Team Falcons showed us that this back-to-front support system is so far flawless, right? It's so hard for WAG to break through it, and even in times that they do, you had individual plays from Falcons that you need to handle. Not to mention, we're going to Bermuda, plenty of open ground, and as the series progresses, we got more open ground if we make it to Kalahari. So X4, it's time to step up. If there's any time to step up, this is it.
I like how you cheekily mentioned if we make it to Kalahari, because Falcons look like they want to settle this right here, right now on Bermuda. And it seems like it may just be possible, right, if they continue doing what they're doing, because once again, Limit is just, he's not even playing with his main active skill there of his choice, right? I mean, if he was given an option, I'm pretty sure he'll drag that Homer in, and he will be pretty annoying to deal with on the battlefield, because instead of just playing these long-range engagements, he will be very annoying because he'll walk in with the shotgun and the sniper and try to wreak havoc all across the battlefield. But perhaps that is what's needed for Falcons to slip up, allowing Limit to get involved in the fight as well.
That too, I think if you could force Limit to, get out of his comfort zone, there is definitely a good chance. Although I would say that the bans now are slightly different, right? Zayn being banned by WAG, Tatsuya is open, Koda as well. Falcon gladly takes Koda for themselves. And now you gotta make a choice. Tatsuya or Cassie? There's no Steffi for WAG.
Yeah, no Steffi at all, but that Zayn's already been banned, so the Homer and Cassie could definitely be brought in here, but it's that A124 pick for Krillin instead, just so that he can stop Team Falcons from activating their active skills very early on in the game. Perhaps WAG is going in for more of a rush setup this time around.
Falcons can easily pick Tatsuya up right now. Tatsuya and Cassie, I think it will be decent. Or even Tatsuya Homer will be good as well. There's plenty of options for Team Falcons, honestly. I think if you're WAG, you are now almost looking at a situation where you are put on getting scraps for yourselves. Homer and Cassie would be the option, right? You did point that out. So Tatsuya is still open if WAG wants to go for it. But there's no Cassie to support him though.
So Clue is still open here for the taking. Iris as well for Xbor if he wants to find some of those shots, manage to maybe mark up a couple of plays from the side of Team Falcons for the rest of his team members. And it is going to be that Iris and of course Tatsuya, since it was not taken up by Falcons. WAG will gladly welcome him to their squad.
Alright, this is going to be another Santino.
Okay, alright, let's go.
Why am I even asking that question? Another Santino for Limit. WAG, one
Come
last
on, Clue.
pick.
Give me a clue.
Clue was
Come on,
Skylar.
Cyrus. Not Skylar. Chrono! Okay.
Alright.
Okay, I mean, alright, I'll take that.
This was what we sort of like slightly
Why not?
touched on yesterday. Like what happens if you have to give the Tatsuya away? Maybe the Chrono is a good option, right? Either Chrono or Ryan, maybe Chrono, because you could have the time turner to kind of duck in and out. But in this case, it's not too bad, right? If you take Chrono, it is a way for you to deal with Limit. It's like, well, if Limit wants to take these long-range shots, I'll pick Chrono. Shoot me now.
It's actually a very, very good pick, right? The Chrono is going to give you some precious time out there on the battlefield, and many a times in this battle between WAG as well as Falcons, we have seen how that Chrono could have come in handy if only they had that extra layer of defense to block off those shots from afar to go in there for the save on one of their team members, right? Because it's just time and time again, Falcons, they get a knock from afar and then they're continuously just, pelting them with all of those bullets. So it seems like WAG kind of has this figured out in terms of a counter for the playstyle of Falcons. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I'm also liking the idea from WAG. So let's see if this Chrono is going to be enough to give us that game number 3. You can see even Falcons. Someone is getting ready for bed. He's talking about closing this out early, you know, getting comfy already, blanket around his shoulders. Falcons really just wants to end this as fast as possible. See Pistols though on fire, having the Cassie Fim as well.
M500 in the hands of Cyrus is going to be pretty irritating, and we saw how Karoro just flattened 2 players from WAG in that first game with this pistol, so can't put it past him just yet. But for the time being, Falcons, just that long flank around that right-hand side by Limit is very dangerous.
Just like game 1, Pistol's incredibly slow. Well, actually not like it. Unlike game 1, this one is pretty slow. Game 1 they just imploded in like 15 seconds. And WAG trying to look for any sort of avenues. So one more and on fire will be sticking together. Might run into a firing squad. Very early shots. I think X4 making contact but not able to get the damage in. Alan now from the side.
Oh, Limit. Surprise attack. Where is he when we need him? Too far away. He drops the Sentino first. Tries desperately to get across. And swaps with the Sentino to save his life. Alright, nice one.
They do see him though after the swap, so he's not going to be able to hide for long.
Yeah.
Cooldown takes quite some time too, so this swap not really bringing the value that he was expecting to. One more even taking a nade to the side, so that's half his HP gone. Alan against On Fire is going to be a crucial one. The reposition once more for Team Falcons. Alan holding the front. Decides to go for the swing and the challenge, but obviously On Fire slightly more durable.
Alan still has that Rebel Rush untouched. Waiting for the opportune moment for the pop. And Falcons, on the other hand, just on the opposite side of this barricade. And one mistake made there. But no advantage taken at all. On Fire really low, finally gets sprayed down. But Falcons just open up a can of explosion on WAG with that encounter to flatten them out.
Nasty angle from Team Falcons. On Fire was just a bait. Forces WAG to go for the commit. Had the electrotherapy healing him up, so he was a lot more durable than WAG would have liked. And because they overcommitted, got shot through the doorway. So Team Falcons, they thought that through from start until end. And sometimes it's not the brute force, it's the wits from Team Falcons that has allowed them to win some of these big rounds.
There's most definitely some big brain play there. Giving that electrotherapy boost to On Fire. Getting him to bait out WAG into a tight little corner to get sprayed down. My goodness. And of course Vietnam did not see that one coming. And executed to perfection by the Thai players. Now one more does spot Cyrus on the cross. Oh, what a nade. Ice! It won't be the time turn of Ice Cyrus to save his own life, and Limit is a little tickled by that.
But it's a clear indicator that it has been used. So visually jarring, right? Like you see it from a mile away. So WAG now with one less crucial abilities. Team Falcons, they can just do the same thing that they did in game 1, just wait for the engagement. Explorer with the pop, that one is very much needed.
Yeah, because of the overextension by Limit. Explorer going in there for the Punisher. On Fire, Mini Uzi not able to get the job done just yet. Finally drops Alan down on the ground. The secondary connection not there. And On Fire will find a double for himself. My goodness. As one more comes in for the chip, Falcons almost went down, but WAG just didn't have the right guns.
Look at his health bar. He went in, lost some health, got back to full. How do you take this man down with weak weapons? Falcons knew exactly what they were doing, and one more on the back of just having On Fire, being able to keep topping him up. And it was an easy win regardless of whether Limit was still in the round or not.
And when you've got barely armor on you, that many Uzi, so annoying. The rate of fire and mag size. This man has controlled those sprays so well. Falcons now 2-0 up. This could potentially be the final game as On Fire finds 3 players, tags up 2. Cyrus with the mini Uzi will be able to back away from those shots. One more can't seem to find the connection with the Deagle. But Karoro will though as Alan gets shut down.
Fire once more. Uncontested. The name for Krillin! Big one to take out two. And now X-Born needs to clean up the pieces if he can get there in time. But it's not going to be easy though. The members of Team Falcons will not let X-Born get anywhere close. So one more gets picked back up. Casualties reduced to a minimum.
And 3 players up against X4. You are right. Not allowing him to get anywhere close to his team members for the pickup. Isolating X4 with those grenades and shots. Chasing him out of this warehouse. And now that's just done and dusted for Falcons. A 3-0. There's no way X4 walks away with a VSK. And 3 eliminations right here. Managing to dodge for the time being. Karoro trying to cut down this distance for the M590 to do the biggest lot of damage. And X-Ball just stood no chance there.
Man, all that effort and not able to close it out. What was that from Karoro? What in the world?
Eagle to the back of the head.
We should see more of that in Battle Royale, honestly.
You wish, right?
I mean, bring back our Vector Kimbo, maybe. Let's start with that one.
It does sometimes show up for a guest appearance.
Yeah, I mean, the good old days when the Vietnamese squads were into double Deagles, especially Buffalo. What a legacy player.
Oh,
he was one of the most proficient guys with the gun.
Oi.
Right in the hamstring.
Yeah, Krillin just got tickled a tad bit there. Recovery, not impossible. On Fire trying to take advantage, but he gets spotted out by 2 players. Ice Grenade tags him up, and On Fire almost down, but the electrotherapy pumping him right back up. Smoke Grenade dropped out, and On Fire looking for that recovery.
In the Smoke Grenade, Limit somehow finds Cyrus still from behind. That's a pickoff. That is gonna hurt a little bit. X-Born wants to deliver on his own, but Limit, look at that. He is doing whatever he wants. No one can find him. He's switching places left, right, and center. One more under fire by Alan, but still can't find the conversion until now. Alan commits to it and finds the knock.
Oh, beautifully played here by WAG. Now X4 though has the medkit on him. Just no space to get himself patched up. Finally finds the opportunity to do so. Limit holding that cross on top of the roof. Karoro joining him with that vantage point as well to play this up against WAG's numbers.
WAG have a good chance of finding the first round unless another miracle happens. You're looking at Karoro and Limit. Literal miracle workers on the side of Team Falcons. Can do no wrong. Karoro takes out Alan. And that's step number 1. Krillin needs to bring Alan back up. Limit with the support fire. They did not know where he was the whole time. And now he shows himself and ready to deliver another round. What was that mid-air shot from X4 to keep the run alive?
A flying Limit, but an impatient X-Ball has 2 medkits to work with. And now in a 1v1, does he have the right gun? Manages to find the first tag. Cooks up that nade to perfection. Karoro eats it up, but barely tags him.
The glue wall right at the end negates any sort of damage. It's an honest fight in the front. Glue walls all expended. They have nothing left. First shot from X4. The clutch genes at the end. And round number 1 for WAG.
VSK, baby. I mean, that's game sense right there, knowing exactly which side of the glue wall to look based on the position of the blue. Obviously, there's only one side Karoro can go. So pre-aim, and the work from then on was just too easy for Mr. X-Ball. 1 to 3. I mean, at least we've got 1 round on the side of Vietnam. Getting 2 more shouldn't be a problem now.
Very doable, for sure. I mean, if Falcons pulled off another clutch just now, it would be over. And I say that Adam just lost half his health bar. Whatever shot, I believe it was from Karoro. That smoke grenade is going to make things a bit tough on Fire, though. Look at the amount of utilities he's eating up. He's still alive.
All thanks to the time turner there. Cyrus just stepping away, smiling ear to ear. On fire, tagged up, but just no follow-up coming through from WAG. Limit, very cheeky from the second floor window, trying to find a player with a VSK. Unfortunately for him, WAG just chooses to play all of this compound to perfection on the defense.
Well, with that being said, that's a lot of commitment from WAG. Look at the pocket, right? Only 2 members have blue walls, but they have no utilities at all. Krillin doesn't even have a helmet to work with, so a shot to the head is going to instantly drop him. All things considered, Falcons still not able to find much just yet. Limit, in fact, now needs to take a back seat.
Utilities-wise, they sim pretty close to each other, so should still be a 50-50 battle. On fire, though. With a Scar. Level 3 on that roof. This is gonna hurt if it finds the connection. Krillin. Oh, beautiful tag with an A124. That'll immediately put a little bit of a stop to their aggression. They need to wait for it to wear off first.
And fire just get dropped by X4. Great stuff. Limit trying to provide support fire on top of the roof, but might have to get up close and personal. And Alan has nothing to say about it. One more getting dropped. X4 now delivers. This should be the second round for WAG, just as the doctor ordered. Kororo has a lot to do, and not enough health bar to make it happen.
Wonderfully played there by Team WAG. Initially, it was that time turner to play the game of survival. And after that, it was just pure brilliance from these players, right? And they knew their positions. X-Ball just did not let that one slip away from him. That AWM, just merciless plays.
Now we got a game. For sure, finally got a game where WAG now has a chance again to give us a potential game 3. Getting closer and closer to that, at least some adjustments in that early encounter, limiting what Limit could achieve. Just not letting him pop your head early on.
I have to say, Falcons versus RRQ for the grand finals, you know, would have been pretty crazy. But it's just a day of shockers here. And WAG managing to show up in a few of these rounds really gives us quite a bit of hope. But the question here now is, can WAG pull off a shocker just like Onyx earlier on and stun Falcons, who just seems so comfortable, all thanks to Limit?
Yeah, honestly, the Battle Royale seeding, you know, the seeding that got us this single elim bracket, if you didn't know how the seeding was done, you would think that the second part of the bracket was purposely done so that you don't have 2 Thai teams in the grand finals, but that's not the case, right? It's just how they performed earlier on. On fire was able to find Alan, and that is not the start that you want. The firewall actually delivers X4! Oh, the support in time! They find a knock. X4 needs one more, but let's start with one first. Limit was able to get Krillin down. He sees the decoy. Limit has already switched position. He's behind X4, sees him, but takes a shot in the gut and now drops down from the sky. X4 cannot win. Limit just outplays him again.
The battle of the snipers, and once again, Limit will rip it away from X-Ball to show that he is the better sharpshooter out there on the scopes. But still, valiant effort from WAG. X-Ball just unfortunate because the game of numbers clearly against him. And now, one more round victory away from series point for Falcons to move into the grand finals as they kick WAG out. A comeback, not impossible, but it is looking rough.
That Santino is such a headache to deal with in the hands of Limit, who has been... He's everywhere! He's everywhere at once! You really never knew where he is, and he's constantly getting these snipes. Speak of the devil, he just found one more.
Oh man, that's Cyrus of all people, and it's not looking good. Cyrus was already struggling earlier on, but X-Ball with a good trade round. On fire, down on the ground, and that's a nade to finish the job of Limit going in there for the support. He gets tagged up by the nade. Ignis tags him up as well. But one more will assist Kororo to get that knock. One more finds Krillin, and Falcons out of nowhere. They turn the tables. Only X-Ball on his feet. Kororo potentially to finish this off now.
Team Explorer, this is going to be a tough one. Not the best gun for CQC, and still was able to get initial tag, but Kororo has limit and one more by his side. This should be match point, should be series point for Falcons, and one more makes it happen. Willingly Trace fires. And so close to that grand final slot. Team Falcons looking unstoppable so far in this class squad.
And Limit just looking like he is beyond the limits of WAG to deal with out there on the battlefield. They have no answers for him. And when you only have your sniper on your squad putting in so much of efforts and capable of taking away lives whilst the other players struggle in this map, WAG is having a rough time as Falcons sit on the series point.
We definitely expected a full series, but at the same time, seeing how Falcons dealt with Twisted Mind yesterday, we knew what was coming for WAG if they're not at their best, and I think even at their best, they were still getting outclassed by Falcons. The Limit is in a bit of a problem. He's out of there. Only leaves the decoy. Export still finds him at the end though, so that's a good start for WAG, but countless of times they take out one member of Falcons, but was not able to close out the game anyways.
Well, so they take out two then. Let's see if they can close it out right now. On Fire, going in for the chase, and he will find the Punisher onto Xbox. Krillin on for the hunt. On Fire put down on the ground on one more now. As he circles around, Export down on the ground as one more finds the connection. But in a 1v3, that's a no-go as WAG extends the game by yet another round.
A lifeline, Export finding Limits, slacking behind that vehicle, getting a two-piece. Ends up trading himself, but the job was done, you know, the early lifting. Of course, one more didn't have the best gun for CQC. Always at disadvantage when you have a sniper rifle against that M590. 2 more rounds for WAG to find the equalizer. 3 more to force a game 3.
Never say never in WAG. As they move on out, all they need to do is just deal with Limit. X-Ball looking to do exactly that. Spots out one more. Connection's just not there, and Cyrus gets tickled, but he will bring out the time turner instantly.
Oh, the Explorer, he unscoped just as the second member of Falcons was going to, just as one more try to show the peak that. So the timing was missed a little bit. Here comes the Fire Water, one more, just all of the tank hits. Electrotherapy is going to negate majority of the damage. Now they lay out the glue wall, so WAG blocked out of any offensive maneuvers. Kororo did take some damage and get pushed away by the wall again. Aaron in the face of On Fire. That's a good start. Aaron looking for a 2 for Krillin with the support from afar and enabling the rest of the team to come in, but still, Team Falcons in it to win it. Limit down in the dumps. Good grenade. Takes out Cyrus. It's Krillin and Export to try and take out Limit and force another round.
Smart play by WAG though, focusing on picking up the players first. But look at that Santino clone. But Limit making the switch in an unfortunate fashion for WAG to drop him like you saw it. 4-5 now. One more round to find the equalizer to keep themselves alive in the series.
And this time WAG were ready to take on Team Falcons. It's serious mode now, the smiles just ever so slightly wiped off the faces of the Falcons players. They know that they were so close, but they've seen what WAG could do. They've seen those comebacks from a deficit, and WAG putting it back step by step.
The resilience, the fight in Vietnam. Full display here, courtesy of WAG. Krillin tagged up. On Fire, on for the chase. Information given away to the rest of the team members. But look at this, Limit. The position that he holds on to. He's waiting for those flanks to come on through so that he can take a backstab. But too many of those players, though. If Limit shows up, gives away his position, he will be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, he calls for backup. Gives away the information to the rest of the Falcons player who line up those shots. WAG, if they take this corner, they're going to be in trouble.
They saw his gun barrel just now, so now they're going to try and just pepper it with utilities. Limit.
Oh, wow.
Really not having a good time at all. Just drop the Santino to try and get away. All the glue walls will be damaged by the firewall. On Fire, just holding everyone back. Limit now has found some respite as Alan is the one that's in the red. Team Falcons now On a bit of an offense, forcing back the entirety of WAG. Very well done. Clusters tossed out. One more now in a rough spot, and he needs help.
Yep, and one more does not find the help he's looking for. And On Fire steps on out, but gets shut down. One more will have to back away from that engagement. The intention was to get into it with On Fire, but the timing just off as Karoro finding Krillin. That's a great trade coming on through as Cyrus pulls out the time turner.
Down to a 2v2 limit, tagging on Cyrus, and now he's going to be up against X4, and X4 finds the shot when they need it the most. Karoro does take out Alan though. X4 cleans up shop, and we are down to sudden death.
X-Ball, his shoulders must be aching right now. Heavy carrying his whole squad through this game up against Falcons. The elimination strong now as we complete round 10, heading into round 11, the final round available for game number 2. Falcons win this, WAG is out of the competition. WAG wins this, we get another game, baby, in the series between Thailand and Vietnam.
And of all places, is this location for the final showdown. And look at Team Falcons. It's all about long range. It's all about picking up WAG from a distance. Don't let them get in your face with that M590. Cyrus is going to drop that glue wall first. Actually, he finds himself slightly trapped. Needs help from his team a little bit. They even tossed out the smoke grenade, I think. It's a block out line of sight. Look at the Santino decoy. Did they see him?
I don't think so. And Limit manages the cross. There you go. Cyrus once again with the time turner. Grenade.
They see him now.
To touch Limit. And the nade just goes wide. But beautiful reposition coming through from the sniper on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, Limit just pours back to where he was. It did force WAG to go indoors though. Maybe that was the intention. Ice grenade tossed out as well. Karoro needing to back off, and Alan is taking up so much space. The flank now is in jeopardy if you're Team Falcons. You need to somehow watch out for this angle.
Blue wall taken down. Karoro knows what to expect. The Rebel Rush
my God.
gets Alan into position, but he just can't take the shot in time. Allows the player to step away. Limit! Absorbs that shot in full, but does not get knocked down just yet. Might have wanted to use that Santino. Alan just rushes on into the fray and gets punished for that maneuver as Karoro finds Cyrus. My God, WAG with a misstep, and they're being punished for it.
Yeah, they made the commitment. It was an attempt that they know needed to be done, but maybe it is their undoing. Instead, Krillin not able to cross the finishing line. So close yet so far. Team Falcons will make it to the grand finals. And we got a Thailand-Indonesia El Clasico with Team Falcons against Onyx Olympus.
My goodness me. WAG so close yet so far. Much more closer in this game number 2 as opposed to game number 1, where they only managed to win 3 of those rounds. But the comeback was phenomenal for WAG this time round. But when push came to shove, Team Falcons, they knew exactly how to get that done. I have to say though, Falcons a little bit lucky. If Limit had gotten knocked down there, it would have been a very different story. It was that AWM shot to the back, and the man still didn't go down.
The Kevlar definitely dampened the blow a little bit, right? A headshot would have been ideal for sure from Alan. And of course, using the Rebel Rush to start the fight, I am not against the idea. I can see what they're going with. The only problem was that Alan was way ahead of his team. He was so deep in, but the rest of his team was still trying to catch up on barefoot, right? They don't have the dash that he has. They don't have a quota for their speed boost. So at the end of the day, you know, Team Falcons, they are forced into a situation where WAG challenged them to a honest gunfight, and they just won because they are better in landing their shots.
Absolutely, and of course, WAG had the better share of the prize pool overall in Battle Royale as opposed to Falcons. Falcons only managed to sneak away the 7th spot. WAG, on the other hand, managed to come in 3rd, which was phenomenal for the team from Vietnam. So it's okay. At least they give way to Falcons a little bit to make some money before heading into pro season. But, you know, jokes aside, WAG, dude, they came so close in that second game, Husky. They just needed one more round. And it was unfortunate. It's not like they made, you know, big mistakes. It was just those 1 or 2 moments where, like you said, you know, just could have waited a little bit more. Instead of the Rebel Rush, they could have just repositioned and waited for their opponents to make a mistake.
Though WAG was able to push Team Falcons further than any team has, or at least further than what the previous team has, which was Twisted Minds. 6-3 on Dexterra, and then 6-5 on Bermuda. Team Falcons takes a 2-0, but it's not by any means a walk in the park, right? They had to actually work for it, right? They had to get serious. At one point, they just stopped laughing at it and they realized we might go to a game 3. We need to buckle up, and even then, WAG almost took it away from them.
Yeah, almost is the key word there. And, you know, love the time turner from Cyrus, but it just was not bringing in much of a difference. I expected the time turner to be used to go in for the save in terms of pickups for the rest of the team members when they do get down, because clearly up against Falcons, who are so phenomenal with the shots, especially with Limit from across the battlefield, finding such accurate shots on them. You know, it could have been used in a defensive manner, but instead, you just saw Cyrus very aggressive, going out very early on, one of the first few to engage from the side of WAG, and constantly using the time turner prematurely, and he just could not bring it out when the time was right.
It did, you know, saved him from a couple of close shaves, you know, the grenades being tossed at him. But I think in the grand scheme of things, the time turner does force you to fight in a bubble, so didn't really get to see much of that usage. MVP for this match is going to be one more, at least for game number 2, with the Cassie. Just ultimate support player. That's the support that you need on your team. It's always there for you. Make sure you stay alive. Allows you to do your job twice as easy.
Yeah, you've got the Moko there. You've also got Otto and his memory miss. You have got Joseph with his silver spoon. You know you're not going to get slowed down. You know you're going to be able to go out there and get the job done. And if you do get a knock, instantly information shared with the rest of your team members. One more, you know, clearly he did a lot out there. Look at this, man. 16 assists. That's massive. But the damage from Limit is the damage from X-Ball? That's the first time you're seeing 7K on the board for a game.
13 eliminations, 11 assists, X-Ball. You just say that he is putting majority of the weight, and then you look at our MVP, one more, 7 assists, but he got 16 assists too. So these players really playing out of their minds this game. X-Ball, a core reason of why we even got to a full 11 rounds. And it's not enough. They needed, you know, Krillin and Cyrus to step up, especially Cyrus, who was not having a good time because he kept getting gapped in terms of these fights.
Yeah, true enough, man. I mean, Cyrus just was having a terrible day out there. And like I said, the time turner just didn't help him change his playstyle. Instead, it gave him the confidence to make more mistakes. Unfortunate with how that was played. But it's all right. That's exactly how the cookie crumbles here at Clash Squad pre-season. WAG's Alan in a head-to-head up against On Fire. You can see they were pretty decent up against each other, right? All equal on the eliminations. Damage side, Alan actually takes the cake here with 6K as opposed to On Fire's 2K. KD-wise, On Fire obviously getting the victory. They have won 2 series thus far as opposed to WAG, who has only managed to get 1 on their side. But Alan definitely taking the cake when it comes to the assists.
Yeah, just great performance overall. Like yesterday, Alan had quite a majestic, you know, performance too. When we look at X-Ball against Limit, this is the matchup that we've all been looking forward to. And I'd say X-Ball's numbers, they surpass what Limit has delivered. But I think in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to that team play, Limit definitely has a bit of an upper edge.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And the only reason why X-Boss numbers are so high is because he was doing the work of the rest of his team members as well. You know, he was picking up everybody's efforts, but it was Limit who was playing together with a very clean squad on the side of Falcons. He didn't really need to do much, but he did just enough. And he was an integral player, especially when it came to stopping X-Ball, because when X-Ball was not being slowed down, it got really difficult for Falcons to walk away with the victory.
This was probably the series that we had the closest matchup between the snipers of both teams, right? I'm all for it. Now, we pass the baton. X-Ball is out. Now he's down to wings. Can he deal with Limit at the same capacity that X-Ball has? Because the benchmark is pretty high for the grand finals, right? It's a best of 5, of course. There's plenty more chances, more rounds to come. We might get 5 if you know, the situation permits. But looking at the state right now, Team Falcons just looks unstoppable. They have not dropped a single game.
On paper, Falcons should be able to walk away the champion, but Onyx Olympus has shocked the world by ripping away the victory from RRQ Kazu. They are big brothers from Indonesia, so taking it away from Falcons might not be too bizarre of a thought. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. When we come back, it's the grand finals here at Clash Squad.
Double kill. Double. Double kill. First blood. Double kill. First blood. First blood. First blood. First blood. Triple kill. Double kill. First blood. Triple kill. First blood. Double. First blood. Blood. Double kill.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Preseason 2025 with the Clash Squad Tournament. We are finally at Terminus, the final series to determine who comes out as kings and who will fall short. It's the grand finals between Team Falcons and Onyx Olympus, and you have us as your commentators for one last best of 5 with Husky and the Mustachio AJ.
The first best of 5, the last best of 5 we will have here at the pre-season Clash Squad. I wonder if or not Falcons can drop it like it's hot and end it on a 3-0 because, you know, WAG, they dragged it out up against Buriram, but Falcons made that look so easy. I mean, yeah, there was a little bit of a fight from X-Ball, but apart from that, there was no competition between Falcons and WAG. And if they made that look so easy, perhaps Onyx won't be that much of a competition. We'll have to wait and see what the Indonesians have to say about that.
Oh, let's. I mean, we are going to get a full treat if we go all the way. I mean, we're guaranteed Alpine, that's for sure. But if you want to see Purgatory for the first and last time, we got to go 5 games. And I think the onus is definitely on Onyx Olympus to give us that 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, bro. We'll just have to wait and see exactly who is dominant out there, because I'll not be shocked at all if we get into this fight and all of a sudden Onyx Olympus just shows us that they are just a different beast at Clash Squad when they're taking on a Thai team out there, right? So we haven't seen this combination just yet. And I'm hoping to believe that if a team is confident and capable enough of beating RRQ in a fair fight, then they may be able to take on Falcons as well. Because, you know, Falcons are not as consistent as they used to be.
I mean, we say that, but they have essentially won every single game. And they're in good spirits, right? They're really feeling great about themselves. Not sure where... Where did Kiroro go?
It's like, okay, never mind. I'll take a short break first for everything.
Don't worry, like my team does the drafting. The coach does the drafting. You know, plenty of time to figure it out.
Knockout stage, Falcons did very well for BR, but then, you know, just kind of crashing in the finals. But, you know, speaking of crashing, we're not going to have Koda, but Tatsuya is going to be available, and Onyx Olympus instantly snatches that away.
So Onyx Olympus opts to ban the Homer instead. There could be the Steffi now as an option for Team Falcons. They want to go for Steffi. Actually, I think they can. So they go for the Zane first. So a bit of a switch up, right? Falcons changing priorities, giving on fire the Zane. They still could go for Cassie. That's, I mean, and the assumption that Onyx Olympus doesn't take it, then we'll see the one more on fire duo once more. But if
Cassie
not,
Koda? Oh,
no, I mean,
well, they can't pick Koda because they got banned. Okay. Cassie 1-2-4 sounds like a very troublesome combo to deal with either way. So Onyx Olympus still winning here.
Yeah. What's this left? I mean, the Clue is still up there. It's Clue, Skylar, Santino, Orion. We theory clapped about this yesterday, right? Like I did bring it up. What is the way to deal with someone that wants to be in your face? Orion seems to be a decent option. You go invulnerable, you can buy a lot of time. Corona wants to be in the front line, so Orion is a pretty darn good pick, especially when you have Skylar that's going to break down all your glue walls. You have a way to get out of harm's way.
Well, let's see if or not they can actually make that Orion work, right? Homer should be the pick here for Limit and
Homer is
Skylar.
though.
Oh my, sorry, bro.
Yeah,
it's grayed out. I must be colorblind to the color gray. And he brings in Santino. Well, if it worked in the previous match, why not now?
Yeah, as no one has been able to effectively shut down the Santino play from Limit, so not a surprise that he goes for what hasn't been broken thus far. But the Orion is another curveball, right? I want to see how this Orion plays out. Quite self-sufficient, but obviously the downside is that, you know, you don't get to immediately come out from your invulnerability and start shooting. Like, people will know that people will have that fraction of a second to react, but either way, it does allow you to buy plenty of time.
Yeah, especially in the chaos that Clash Squad brings in that final circle, right? Of course, we have to see exactly how these skills get managed out there by Onyx Olympus as we start this matchup. Falcon, obviously, the attention is going to be on them. So we see how this Orion and whether or not the man is going to be effective enough to take down the Indonesians.
Pretty interesting to see how this one plays out, especially when the Falcons clearly are going to play for a more split, split formation, whereas the rest of Onyx Olympus are just sticking together as a unit, looking for on fire. Good pick up by Adam.
Good shutdown indeed. Karoro, a sliver left here. He wants the good shot with the M500. He can step on out. I mean, this plays right there, but just bides his time first.
They're able to take out on fire, so Falcon's already down a man, and I believe who is still up. We still got the Orion for Karoro, who once more can still buy some time, but Team Falcons are really getting pushed back. Cluster grenades thrown out to clear out space, and Onyx Olympus systematically taking over the area. Karoro gets knocked down.
Beautiful stuff, and one more does not get to sneak away from this one. M500 from a distance, and Limit making it work for a double of his own. knocking Zyru and clipping those wings of Onyx.
Kill.
But he will not get far at all as Adam is there to save the day once again. My, oh my.
Almost making a comeback happen. Kororo completely caught sleeping at the wheel. And of course, this shot from Wings, one more. Didn't know what hit him. Of course, Adam having the time to use that Tatsuya, always valuable in these 1v1s. Great pistol round for Onyx. Falcon's actually going for an investment onto Limit.
Very worthy investment since he is the damage dealer, life taker of Team Falcons. Crime now up on top, and one more will be the one to drop him with a headshot on the Deagle. Kororo finding Wings as well. Onyx Olympus being crushed, but one more will be double teamed with the Uzis.
Wonder if they saw the decoy from Limit. Wings is gonna get eliminated on Fire now against Adam. As Onyx Olympus will be on the back foot, down one man. Gotta play together with the Cassie on Fire, taking out Adam. Zyru, the only one left on Fire, cleans up house, and he is the man of the hour, taking down Onyx Olympus for the second round.
Made easy by the assist of his team members, Mini Uzi. The rate of fire there, all he needed to do was just manage that recoil, go in there for the spray towards those final moments. And fantastically executed by him. 2 eliminations, but Adam doing phenomenally well so far. 4 eliminations on the side of Onyx Olympus, but we're still waiting for Crime MKS to start taking things a little bit more seriously.
Snake in the hands of one more. Again, double up from Zyru and Adam. To see that whenever you have a Cassie, this is how you want to play. So Falcons blocks off the entrance. Wings actually loses half his health bar. Not sure if Falcons are going to pursue that because Wings is essentially stuck limit repositions with the Santino, so they can't find him yet.
Come online now! And even without bringing that active skill into the play, on Fire does manage to get that knock and a fantastic grenade follow-up from the back to get that elimination. What an assist, Wings. Now, what a clip from Limit from up top. VSK perfection. And Crime is in no man's land, stuck between 2 players on the side of Falcons.
Double kill.
I mean, they just clean shots from Falcons made that look easy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, easy round number 2 for Team Falcons. This one didn't look like they break a sweat at all. Look at Limit. Woo! So clean.
Perfection indeed from the Thai squad. And of course, they take the lead. And on the side of Onyx Olympus, we've got a good balance between the mid and short range engager. They've got a Mini Uzi, 2 M590s, that AC-80 for the distance, but obviously Falcon's gonna be the ones with the better guns on their side.
And then double up. Adam going for a very aggressive maneuver. Sees Limit already. But again, he has a Santino reposition if ever needed on Fire, losing half his health bar. Adam steadily getting healed up. Zyru and Wings taking massive collateral chip from Grenade. Kororo just deeks him. Zyru didn't have a chance to respond, and that he is gone. Team Falcons now opens up the game. Most of Onyx Olympus stuck in the tent. They're shooting fish in a barrel. Turn the corner. Crossfire set up on Fire. Crime! Fight 2 of them with the splash! And Team Falcons now suddenly on the back foot.
Absolutely, and Kororo with the Riot just surviving all of that chaos for the time being. Hops on back in, spots the 2 players, but just can't find it on point.
Crime really putting in the clutch, takes out 2, they get revived, and he does it again. Tells himself no matter how much time it takes, he will do it over and over again, and Kororo now has some work to do, comes up with the Orion. Adam reposition a little bit. Crime MKS finding the ace and the equalizer.
And we were waiting for him to wake up, and it looks like Crime is finally ready to take things seriously here in the Clash Squad race to that top $8,000 enticing Crime. And this is the version of him that is going to be so lethal out there, right? If Onyx Olympus can keep this up, if Crime can keep that up, then Falcons will stand no chance because Wings is more than capable of controlling Limit.
Really, Crime MKS putting up all the stops. We thought that Onyx was trapped in the tents, but Falcon didn't have utilities to flush them out, so they went for an honest fight and just got collateral by that M590.
Yeah.
Here, plenty of tight corners. Well, no Skyler available, so Adam forced to back off. And see a Rebel Run coming back out in just a second. Doesn't get to use it in time. And Falcon strikes back as quickly as they were struck down. They pay it back tenfold.
A big mistake by Adam there. Just a little bit of a panic moment. And the Falcon players did what he did not expect. They just hopped on over the glue wall and met him halfway through. Wings will find the initial clip, but Falcons finishes the job to bring themselves ahead now, 3-2.
First blood.
This is closer than I expected it to be, right? Pretty even, back and forth.
Yeah.
Falcon gets to one round, Oni gets another. So you head to Mammoth, this should be long range. Look at the weaponry. Seems like Falcons have no intention to play too far. Just leave it up to Limit. The rest of the team just wants to get in the faces of Onyx.
I think both teams will agree that as long as the rounds go back and forth and not the series, they'll be pretty happy with that. At least the winning team will be thinking that.
So it's 3-1. It's a
Adam.
2-2 split, in fact. I mean, Limit just lost a big chunk of his health.
Shots by On Fire, but it's just not going to find him just yet. Adam in a great position to catch MT7 Limit. Tad bit off guard that Santino, but Wings will get the job done instead. No need to worry about the clone. And Adam goes in for the finisher, but perhaps a little premature with the Rebel Rush. And Crime now has a little bit of action of his own to take care of. Loses a chunk of his health on that drop, but nobody takes advantage.
Yeah, if he makes it out of it, it's actually going to be worth it. Karoro actually somehow finds Zairu. And they get the pickup though. Karoro needs to hold that ground, and he does have the Orion.
Beautifully done.
Gonna buy some time, pass that up. Karoro! Oh, does it all on his own!
I mean, you wanted to see it, you see it. That Orion just went absolutely nuts. Turns around 180, takes away the life of his opponents, and just outplays them with the M590. Falcons now 2 more round victories to bring game 1 to a close.
Crazy stuff with that Orion, really. How could you figure out the timing when he's gonna pop out of that ability, right? Onyx trying to wait patiently, but didn't really have the time to be patient. You have to, at a snap of a finger, make a move, and Falcons just were faster.
I mean, the Orion's the game changer right here. Sneaky keeping it for grand finals. A Kroro with a headshot from afar. God damn, the Deagle just cooking on Olympus. But Adam with the comeback, one more, instantly putting a stop to that. And Wings now the final player alive. But they know exactly where he is, and he cannot do anything to save the rest of his team members. And this finisher, a jump shot from Limit to bring them to match point.
God damn, the Deagle shot, you suddenly feel like your torpedo just got fired.
I mean, it's just crazy stuff, man. So on point with those shots. It's just, I don't know how these guys do it.
I mean, even the audio when you fire a single shot, right? It's so distinct. Like when it hits you, it really felt like you got hit in real life. The truck just ran over you, and these headshots is so deadly. When you don't have a helmet, and in this case, Zyro doesn't have one. But even if you do have, who needs an AWM? Oh, that's the guy without the helmet. He's gone.
Limit just putting a quick end to that.
Oh.
Falcons looking for the finisher. One more with the God nade onto Adam. And he is not going to survive that one. Being spotted out. Wings already on fire going in to finish the job. And 590 in hand. Wings not keeping an eye on that lower deck. And On Fire says, hello, son.
Oh, On Fire, even scoping onto Wings. They know that this is done and dusted. Prime MKS against Karoro. I don't even know how you're going to beat Karoro with when he has Orion. On Fire comes in for the cleanup. And game 1 for Team Falcon, 6-2. and making it look all so easy.
Oh, that was the Orion. What a play! What a game changer! Kororo, the man. It's just so unpredictable on the battlefield, bro. And you know the mechanical skills, the 180s, and the combination with the overpowered M590. Kororo was unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, that Orion really changed how Onyx Olympus had to fight into Team Falcons, right? Previously, you don't really have to worry too much. You find a guy, you shoot him a couple of times, he's down, you get the win. Against Orion, you find him, you shoot him, and then you wait.
Yeah, nothing happens, right? You shoot him again, nothing happens. And in fact, he's taking away your life. And then when he comes out of that form, that Crimson Rush, it's just game over, especially when you're going up against a very, very well-oiled machine like Kororo. And I mean, once again, it's the right gun, right about a distance from your opponents to make magic happen. And he made magic happen in that round. And in the other times where that Orion got caught out as well, it was just no stopping him. And the timing was just played to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only time, well, they only lost 2 rounds, right? The pistol round was, he didn't really have much to work with, and he got caught with his pants down. But aside from that, every time, like, you think that having a Tatsuya run into your face is scary, and then just look at how Kororo does it, right? He's manhandling 2-3 people at once. They don't know how to deal with him, and he is just playing on the timing, right? It's the anticipation that ends up being the demise of Onyx Olympus.
And that's just one player. There's so much of chaos from the side of Falcons that's felt by Onyx Olympus. And just dealing with Kororo alone was enough headache already. You've also got Limit from the back, and he's hitting his shots, and they are just so difficult to deal with. You know, we did talk about how Wings was capable of managing the onslaught that Limit can bring out there on the battlefield, but you know, when you've got everybody on the side of Falcons just on point, it's just a totally different beast, man. It's very chaotic to deal with them.
Yeah, and look at this, right? Like 6-2 on Kalahari, those 2 rounds, Onyx Olympus. They did work for it, right? They won the pistol and then the round number 3. But afterwards, it was just Team Falcons walking all over Onyx Olympus as if the previous rounds never happened.
Yeah, and we did talk about how the Indonesians just do favor Kalahari in general. They are decent at the map. The Falcons just made that look way too easy. Onyx Olympus just barely standing a chance, like you mentioned, the pistol round and then one other occasion. But apart from that, it was just so one-sided. Falcons just making this look effortless, and Limit X7. 5 eliminations. That Santino, cheeky on the place. Got denied a couple of times, but apart from that, just so annoying and unpredictable out there.
Yeah, and Santino really giving, like, you have Santino to play bait and switch, 40% hit shot rate as well. And not only that, Raphael for the quicker bleed out. You got a Moko too. He is everything you want. He's like a full package of a sniper, right? Quick takedowns. Prevents any sort of recovery, and still was able to provide info, and most importantly, self-sufficient.
Yeah, super information giver with that Moko as well as the auto. And like you said, you know, knockdowns with that Raphael, you make your opponents instantly regret ever coming in the view of your crosshairs. Crazy stuff. 12 assists from one more, though, down at the bottom with 2,744 on the damage. But of course, Falcons just flexing it with all their players doing so well. And on the opposite side of Onyx Olympus, though, Zyru just really not finding his rhythm in this matchup.
Yeah, not at all. Even in terms of the eliminations, right? He has nothing. I mean, the rest of the team had their moments, like Adam, Crime, MKS, getting an ace for himself, even Wings getting some good shots in. But Zyru not getting to play the game at all. Like Limit was the bane of him. Honestly, everyone on the Falcons was the bane of Zyru in game 1.
This is unbelievable because I expected it to be much more closer than this. I did expect game 1 to go into round 11 or somewhere around that range, but Onyx Olympus, they look like they were nerfed in that game against Falcons.
Yeah, it's
I guess they just weren't expecting the Orion.
I would I would assume so. I think, you know, the Orion definitely was a curveball. And
Yeah.
now there's a different layer to it, right? There's an extra layer where, okay, we are given the Tatsuya, you know, we ban out the Homer. And Orion's not worth being banned out. We don't really want to pick it anyways. So Onyx Olympus, they have very little time to think about how to deal with Team Falcons if they kind of throw in that Orion once more.
I mean, they have to just figure out exactly which skill they're having the most issues with, because that's the blessing of being able to ban out all of these active skills before the starting off of your pick phases, right? So interesting if they actually do decide to get rid of that Orion. I will not fault them for that at all. But we have just completed one map, that's Kalahari. We now hop on into Bermuda. We have a potential 5 maps to be played here, but that's only if we get a little bit of a back and forth. And it's all in the hands of Onyx Olympus to send us the distance into Purgatory, because they got to survive Falcon somehow or other, and, you know, if possible, just pull up an upset.
Yeah, and it's, again, they have to really step up. We were looking for Wings to be the guy that kind of stops Limit, kind of making sure he puts Limit in his place. So far, no one has been able to do that. Team Falcons, if they keep this up, if we see the Game 1 scenario again, this could be a really fast Grand Finals.
Well, we came prepared for anything. And if Falcons wants to make this a quick one, to make a statement before we get down to the real shenanigans in a month, and that's exactly what Onyx Olympus has to deal with. But of course, I would love to see a comeback from the Indonesians as well. They have been phenomenal throughout the competition, but it is Coda and A124 that gets taken off of the menu instead.
It's a bit of a switch up from Team Falcons, but it is one of the few, you know, sought after characters. Now they get their hands on the Tatsuya. Kororo very happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, usually I thought Onyx just did not like dealing with the Steffi, but you know, in this sort of a situation, I guess it's a different story altogether. They walk in with the Cassie, I guess, just to reduce some of the damage that those M590s are bringing in as well. But a good defensive setup here from Team Falcons, responding with the Zane and Homer pick.
That's gonna make Team Falcons very deadly. You got a lot of offensive capabilities. You know, Zane is tanky, Tatsuya can bob and weave around these tight corners, and then you have Homer for information. And then it could be a Santino finisher once more for Team Falcons. So now they can be all over you, and you have no idea where each of these players are going to be at.
Leaving the Steffi open for themselves, they bring her in. And of course, Limit X7 once again with the Santino pick, allowing Wings to walk in with the Skylar. So this time, even though the Orion was there, you know, you just don't see them going in for that. But Kororo might just be a tad bit more annoying with the Tatsuya on his side, and it's Skylar's Riptide Rhythm being dragged in by Wings. Classic pick for him. Onyx Olympus, this looks like a basic setup for them that they have mastered already. Let's see if it's enough to counter Falcons.
I do want to see if Onyx Olympus is going to be able to stop this very offensive lineup on Team Falcons, right? Like, if game 1 was any indicator, I think this one is going to only amp up. So for Onyx Olympus, they got some decent intel gathering tools. We saw that Rider earlier also, and you know, has been put into pretty good use. But against the bulk of Team Falcons, I think Onyx Olympus needs to really start thinking about how to utilize their utilities to get rid of Team Falcons, because that's how Falcons have been winning most of their rounds, even yesterday.
Yeah, and the pace of gameplay from Falcons just a little bit too quick. Onyx Olympus, they usually hang back, you know, playing the pace very slow, getting into the circle, and then, you know, just getting into battles where they're really, really forced into. At Clash Squad, you don't have the luxury of doing so. You have to fight. You have to get into the thick of things instantly, and that A124 pop instantly coming on through, tagging up these players. But the grenades just flying wide as Falcons fall back.
Yeah, we saw that Steffi used as well.
Oh,
because the Spider, that one actually doesn't tag onto anyone from Team Falcons, which is pretty unfortunate. Right, just out of radius. Adam still has
a tiny radius.
It is a tiny radius, 5 meters, right? Not that much. He still has it.
Someone He thought someone was behind the wall. It was. And a good reposition by Falcons, so...
This flank, if there's anyone watching this.
Deadly on the headshot. And you know he's waiting for it. The spree aim is there. Adam. Oh my god, misses the opportunity and puts himself wide open for the takedown. Limit goes down and so does On Fire. Kororo with a comeback though. Crime down on the ground. Finishes him off very quickly as there was no backup there for Crime at all. Adam with the flank. And he just finds no players to shoot down.
That's a disaster. Limit missing everything. They say you miss every shot you don't take, and then Limit misses everyone that he took. But still, his teammates can still bring this back. The 1v2 is one more. 1v3, in fact, okay. That's number one. Zyru was spending his time healing up. Pops his head out right now. Tries to clean up pistol for Onyx.
And things started off a little sour for Falcons. The recovery just could not be pulled through, right? And it was initially by Crime and Adam. As they found Limit out in the open, it was Limit that made the mistake, like you mentioned, missing all of the shots that he took. I guess finding one connection, but then barely tickled his opponent, so gets sprayed down. As it was a 2v1 and Onyx Olympus taking advantage of that initial mistake. But do they only count on the mistakes of Falcons here to pull away rounds? We'll have to wait and see. Kororo on for that right-hand side flank. One more backing him up as well. And the numbers game here for Onyx Olympus if Kororo makes a mistake.
All of the...
Oh.
It really started with just, you know, missed shots, right? Again, minor errors that Onyx took advantage of. Saw a couple chip damage early on. Wings and Adam took it. They do have the capacity to top each other back up if ever needed. So not too big of a problem there for Onyx Olympus. They did have to concede some space to Team Falcons.
Adam really low. Hey, I thought he got away, but Limit with the follow-up from afar! And Kororo as well finding Zyru. Just as he was about to go for that final shot onto Limit. And Limit hanging on with a sliver of health as the rest of his crew members clean up house to pull the round back from Onyx.
Again, the round just imploded on itself. Team Falcons moving so fast, like a machine, and it's not like they stuck together as a unit. They were doing their own thing, but they all knew what the job was. They cleaned it up, just like an expert elite SWAT team, special forces, if I may call them. Just like that, they won the economy war, right? Just by winning the second round.
Who needs round 3 for a comeback? I mean, it's just mechanical play supremacy here for Team Falcons. There's a best of 5, so Onyx still has 2 more opportunities for a comeback before Falcons brings this to an end. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, but Adam just walking out into the open. Like no one.
On Fire got into position, so but look at where Limit is!
Oy.
They definitely didn't expect that, but good punish by Zyru. Limit needed to go down because that Santino play could have been deadly, but still, the flank exposed either way. One more finding the knock on the Crime MKS, and this round might be over.
Yep, Zyru now gonna get caught by On Fire, and it is that backstab by On Fire that puts him in an unfortunate spot. One more with the pistol to find the finisher. Falcons now with the lead 2-1 after a questionable approach here by Onyx.
I assume that this is just a show of strength for Falcons at this point. They are rocking the Deagle.
GFL.
Apparently, it does exactly the same thing, you know, as any other gun. It's in their hands.
Who needs an M590 then? Yeah. Right. But of course, initial rounds where the helmets are not that thick. And it looks like Onyx still doesn't have those thick helmets yet. Adam and Zyru running with none. So, if the Deagle is still here, it can do quite a bit.
Give him a big cranial restructuring. No, so Team Falcons do have that nade from one more. This one get tossed out. Bit of a rebound and more than enough. Right from the back, Zyru trying to go for the punish, actually finds On Fire, but how did Kororo find that shot? Just through the small window. Oh my goodness.
kept jumping, and all he had to do was just aim through a small slot. A head appeared, and it went down. Unfortunate. Falcons, though, losing Kororo. Still a 3v2. Numbers advantage for Falcons. Stacking on each other. Wings too far away from Crime. There's no backup if things go south for either one of these players here.
Not to mention that Limit is still around, so Santino open for business when you need that relocation anytime. There he is, he pops it already. They should see it, so they want to get rid of Limit first if they can, but seems like that's not going to be required. Instant trade from Limit, they lose one more for now. Crime MKS literally in the red zone, instantly sprayed down, and Team Falcons finds that third round.
I thought he was going to find a comeback here. Limit was so low in that round. Just needed one more shot from Crime, but obviously the game of numbers catching up. And Falcons, once again, this is that comeback 3 in a row now for them. Looking for a strong finisher to game 2 as well, as it looks like.
Yeah, I see the smiles back on their faces, especially Limit. Having a pretty good time, honestly. You know, just having fun with the Santino. He knows he's not going to be able to use it if this was Battle Royale mode, so might as well have his moment. I just savor it. Another snipe. What was that? Corona finding wings?
Oh, that's insane, man. On fire! And Limit now finding Adam. Oh my goodness, they all just get picked off one after the other. Crime is that's the Falcons are just unmatched right now by Onyx.
What was that? Insane stuff from Kororo. And of course this reposition with the Santino too. Remember I said that Team Falcons will be everywhere on the map with the draft that they have?
Yeah.
Exactly it. You really don't know what to expect.
And they're all just running solos out there at this point of time. And it's really not respecting their opponents at all. And Onyx Olympus, nothing seems to be going right for them. Even the mechanical skills, they just seem to be outgunned round after round.
And a lot of times it's just them getting picked off because they didn't expect, you know, where Falcons were coming from. Surely they would check where Kuro might be, right? Surely they would anticipate that Kuro might take the angle because he used a very early Rebel Rush, I believe, to get to that spot. This is a massive flank angle. Ivonic Olympus, tunnel visions. Here he comes.
Yeah, Riptide Rhythm doing nothing to On Fire. He will be able to push on fourth. Crime in a lot of trouble now. Kororo, sliver of health. Turns for a 180. Does not get punished. Finally, follow up by Adam. Fights Kororo. One more down on the ground. Onyx Olympus has an opportunity to make something out of this. But Adam, so low, and Limit takes advantage.
First blood.
And Limit was able to at least make it winnable. But Dairus shuts him down. Finally. I was getting worried that Kororo will get a flank as no one was paying attention, but this one was a great punish. He ran out of Rebel Rushes, and Adam was able to get the first one in, and Zairu with the ambush onto one more as well, as backup was the intention from Team Falcons. So Onyx keeping themselves within touching distance of Team Falcons.
Now this is where the game gets a little deadly on the side of Onyx Olympus. Look at their weapon layout here, man. I mean, you've got two players running that M590 for the close range combat. You also have the Groza in the mix there. AWM in the hands of Wings. They've got the weapons all going their way. Now it's just about the skills. Zairu. You see that Raiden going out? It should be able to get the tag.
And he knows. He definitely knows that someone is there. Kororo is long gone. Limit actually taking massive damage. 1v1. Around the corner. And Limit wins that one against Wings. Backline completely exposed. And one more finds a nail to Adam. And once more, this round over in a flash.
I mean, that shot by Limit, illegal. He did not have enough life to pull that off. That was so impressive.
Poor
and
dude.
I mean, they're just outplaying on it.
You can see that Wings wanted to pull the trigger and he was like, the angle doesn't seem that right, and he got wide swung. Maybe he should have taken that shot, right? But who knows in that situation. Calls for tough decisions, and Falcons on the verge of winning game 2 and putting themselves at literal 2-0 lead in this best of 5, and Adam just lost half his health bar.
We talk about Falcons just being a cut above, and Onyx Olympus is really not challenging that at all. Oh my lord, Adam gets caught out once again. Karoro finding one with the Deagle. Everything's crumbling for Onyx as Wings, the final player left here on the battlefield, gets wiped out. Falcons, one more series to call themselves champions of Clash Squad here in the preseason.
This series so far is rated PG-13 at least. Brutal stuff from Team Falcons. No mercy at all. And scariest part is they're having fun. They're having fun inflicting all these damages. It really felt like, they were not really breaking a sweat. The rounds that Onyx Olympus won, of course, off of their own efforts, but it sometimes also felt like charity from Team Falcons. And now they put themselves one game away and winning the whole thing. And guess what? It's going to be on Alpine, which is going to be the first time we see it. Probably the last, well, definitely the last time. It's more of whether we even get to see Purgatory at this point.
For now, it's definitely the last time. Once the season comes, you guys can see it quite often, right? Unfortunate for Onyx Olympus. Things just did not go well for them in the matchup at all. It was Limit and Gang that just showing up round after round, so confident, so good, so efficient at finishing off the job that they start. And Onyx Olympus, no matter what they tried, they just could not keep up with the pacing nor the gun skills, right? Every single time they got into a little bit of a tussle, if there were no buildings, if there were no glue walls between them, it was just Onyx Olympus being put down onto the ground. This time it was not even the fancy active skills that made the difference in there. It was just all-out mechanical warfare, and Onyx Olympus just clearly losing that.
It's I don't know. I think at this point, really, it's a skill gap. I think, I say in a good way, right? Team Falcons were just doing so much better than Onyx Olympus. It's not like Onyx Olympus wasn't trying; they just couldn't make it work.
I mean, on paper, this was never going to work, and even with their battle royale playstyle, Onyx Olympus once again very reserved. They don't really go berserk out there. Even when they do, it's now and then. It's not a very consistent thing. When Falcons want to go for the top, though, they usually do manage to get the job done. And, very lethal on the battlefield with the number of eliminations. And now that they've added Limit into the fray, it just kind of tips them over the bar a little bit more. But I did not expect this kind of a scoreline. Back-to-back now, a 6-2 to the favor of Team Falcons. Now 2-0 up. It's a race to 3, and they are just one game away from becoming champions.
And you can see that, Team Falcons, they never really let Onyx Olympus get past that mid-game, right? Like Onyx Olympus, they've won both pistol rounds, and then they would win like a mid-game round, and afterwards, when late game rolls around, they just could not do anything. And the pace that Team Falcons were adapting to is such a scary thing to witness. Like one round you would have this very dragged out gameplay, and then the next round Team Falcons shuts you down in the first 30 seconds.
And we also did talk about how Falcons actually had lesser games than RRQ and Onyx Olympus yesterday, but they still had more damage on each and every single player out there, more eliminations. The stats were really unbelievable on the side of Falcons, and now once again, one more is on fire, pulling the MVP title to his side. I think there's a high probability this man's going to walk away with the extra 500 USD in his pocket by the end of the day.
Yeah, at this rate, I think he has already guaranteed it.
Unless they lose this, okay? Unless there's a massive comeback after this.
That would be, for now, I will call it early. It looks quite impossible, for that to even happen unless something really, really goes wrong for Team Falcons or Onyx Olympus. Really just, so switch flips in them, and then they started hitting every single shot. But at this point in time, with how things look, Team Falcons just look unstoppable.
And it's really cool that one more, once again, gets to play these more aggressive role out there on the battlefield and does not need to be the main sniper of the squad anymore, right? You've got Limit. He's now the backup sniper. And that just makes him so much more lethal it is a trouble to deal with him, but he's not even the biggest of issues on this squad this time around. It's Karoro, 9 eliminations strong, 4,300 damage. My God, he's hard to take down.
I mean, you call him the backup sniper. I feel like he is everything. You know, he's doing everything on his own. Either way, even damage numbers, Karoro putting in the work, it make Onyx Olympus look like a bit of a child's play. Look at Adam, right? Like, he has 4 elims, efficient damage, you know, only 1,000 damage to achieve that. But a lot of times it's a 1-for-1 trade, which in the grand scheme of things is just not good enough.
It's Falcons, right? Falcons doing Falcon things before we get into FFWS SEA Pro Season, before we get to the Esports World Cup. They just want to prove themselves. They just want to warm themselves up for a back-to-back trophy, maybe. We'll have to wait and see for that one. For now, they are blazing Clash Squad, and they're making it look way too easy, right? They shut down WAG in a fashion where it was... I don't know, man. This is just a little out of the norm because of how difficult the other matches have looked. Falcons are making this one look like it's a walk in the park.
I say it's pretty fair to put it out there right now that WAG put up a much better fight than Onyx Olympus so far in their series against Team Falcons, right? And that was just the semi-final. So again, some people might be in for a bit of a disappointment with how this might potentially conclude. But again, Onyx Olympus, they're lucky. It's a best of 5. They still have a chance on Alpine, a map that hasn't been playing Clash Squad, at least not in this Clash Squad tournament up to this point.
An RRQ Falcons would have gone the distance, right? No disrespect to Onyx Olympus, you know. And
I don't know, man. At this rate,
they better step it up.
At this rate, I can't be sure. I don't even know if it's going to be the case with RRQ or any team. At this point, but I agree. I think you know, the fact that Onyx Olympus took down RQ is already pretty huge news. So now Team Falcons making quick work of Onyx Olympus definitely feels like Onyx Olympus are not exactly ready for this grand finals.
Or maybe they just used up all of their wishes, bro. Their wishes were just used to, like, let us get to the grand finals. Let us beat RRQ. It takes a lot of pixie dust to get that one happen. And yeah, I guess they ran out of pixie dust. Struggling up against Falcons. Of course, we tease them. There's still a comeback possible here. Onyx Olympus, you know, you can't count them out just yet. It's just like how we could not count on some of those rounds where WAG made it back, right? So phenomenal stuff. If that was possible, you know, Onyx Olympus might just be able to show us some miracle here at Alpine and try to drag this out at least for another series. I don't know.
I mean, we they actually bet Santino.
Okay, so finally someone thinks Santino's annoying.
I don't blame them. I honestly don't blame them because Santino has been causing so much problems for Onyx Olympus. They're like, we're so done with Santino. So okay, we ban out Santino. This is gonna kind of force Falcons to default a little bit. They're like, okay, we don't have to default anymore. What is Limit gonna get? Probably the Iris once more, right? But here they're gonna take the Tatsuya first. A124 and Cassie both are open. The Zane as well. I have a feeling Cassie is gonna be the Cassie 124 will be taken by Onyx. And then you trade like Clue or Zane or something for Team Falcons.
I think Limit's going to go back to his homer if nobody takes it. Go A124 Cassie on the side of Onyx Olympus. They're stacking themselves right now. Falcons probably going to be bringing in a Zane here just for that extra layer of defense. One more, and the potential of a Koda is not even possible because they banned him out. But a Zane and Homer pick. Oh, all right. So you maybe just be right, sir. Limit might just swipe away Iris if Wings doesn't, because he's going to take that Skylar. There you go. And
so this should
your girlfriend's going to be playing.
Last I checked, she was cleaning her room.
Come on, Limit. Just stop the suspense.
Should be Iris, right?
Oh, he's going to bring out something wacky.
Let's see.
Just do it.
Orion? No way. I mean, if you want self-sustained, self-sufficient character, it could be Thing. Actually, I'm thinking too far. So go back to basics.
Yeah, back to basics for Team Falcons. Onyx Olympus. This is as strong as a build can get, right, for the squad. You've got that Steffi there, you know, reduced damage from that armor-piercing rounds. You've got A124 to disable Team Falcons from even coming online. You've got Cassie with that electrotherapy. You've got Skylar to break down the defenses. Onyx Olympus will have no excuses whatsoever. They have to win this next game.
Funnily enough, it's also a composition that I can see very be picked up in an actual BR round. Right, like you sacrifice a bit of that offensive capabilities, but you have so much utilities with your skills that late game is going to feel so good for you because you have so many ways to deal with your enemies. So I mean, we'll see in this case you make Team Falcons play a more direct, a more honest game, no shenanigans of dealing with boxing shadows. So Onyx Olympus, let's see if this is the way, if the Sentinel ban was the key to them taking out Falcons.
So let's see if Falcons even allows the conversation to get to the active skills, right? Because their mechanical plays thus far have been pretty devastating to deal with. Now Limit is not going to be able to do the usual Limit stuff, but he does have the M500. It's got a scope on it, so as the sniper of the squad, he can still do some pretty nasty damage. Kororo on the long flank here. Crime turns his back, gets shot down. Kororo, beautiful stuff.
It really doesn't matter, I guess.
Hasn't
had to use the Rebel Rush yet. Nasty stuff from Limit and Kororo. Well, the pistol is gone.
Oi, don't slice him.
Double kill.
I mean, I don't know how they did not see that one coming. The pickup onto Crime was just very careless. Winks just running straight at him. Obviously, somebody was going to be there. It's just headshot after headshot after headshot. Everybody with the M500 winning big there.
Yeah, no helmet, so eats a 208 in the face. Instant knock for sure. That, wow, could you believe it? That's actually the first pistol round that Falcons won. Because they lost the previous two. And now with the extra economy, look at the armor. The Kevlar on 3. A full set of Kevlar helmet on 2 out of the 3 people.
These 2 players on the side of Falcons just running the Deagle. You can say no Onyx, no. Not running those helmets, but Adam, mini Uzi straight to the head. Looking for more heads.
Alright, this completely gone, fell out of control. This shouldn't be the case.
Oh no.
Wait.
No. Come on, Onyx. You gotta finish this one off. Just Kororo now. One more bleeding out. Kororo caught out. It's a 1v2 and Adam gets the job done for the squad. It's a triple for Onyx.
Oh, the 2 body shots really was not enough. Like one straight headshot could have turned it into a 1v1 in an instant, but yeah, well, Falcons, I guess it didn't go according to plan. I mean, you have the Deagle, but I guess the mini Uzi, that fire rate will still overwhelm you, just blow you out of the water. So that's something that Falcons forgot to take into consideration.
I mean, if you want to play the Deagle, you got to play the distance, right? They just ran straight at Onyx. I think they were a little overconfident there, and Onyx just had the right purchases to handle the Deagle up-close situation, right? I mean, up-close and personal, obviously, the mini Uzi is going to be winning out these battles hands down. Now Adam, M590 in hand. Beautiful jump, but does not find the full connection. And one more from afar will be knocked down to the ground. Adam's on fire, needs one more, turns the 180. And Zyru with the backup. Onyx Olympus finally finding that focus in this game.
Oh my goodness, Kororo still sharp with the Deagle, but should be another round for Onyx Olympus. Round the corner. Nah, the second one is not going to miss, so Limit is going to be knocked down and taken out. So that's how you got to play the game. And now it's down to Kororo again with the Deagle.
1v3. Sure. Still not going to go the way of Falcons here. There you go. Crime would say it's a crime against Onyx if they let that one get away. They pull that round towards themselves. Maybe this is that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't let the second round slip, which should even be a thing. You know, kind of goes against what what the general trajectory should be.
Yeah. And obviously Falcons, they kind of threw that previous round now for the full-on 590 setup here. Except, of course, Limit, who brings in the BSK for that ranged capability. Kororo. Can see that Tatsuya burst! But he gets shut down by Zyru. And the shotgun too good. On Fire finds the connection. And Wings just sidesteps him, not wanting to get involved in more battles.
You can see the idea from the side of Onyx Olympus. They just stacked up in the building, knowing that Falcons is going to make that early move and punish Falcons right off the bat. So 3 rounds in a row for Onyx Olympus.
I guess there is a little bit of an extension here. Onyx, I mean, this is so on Falcons, bro. They should have not been cheeky in that round 2. They should have just gone for that purchase instead of trying to be cheeky with the Deagle down with that rush. They paid a high price for that, and Onyx Olympus, with this momentum, they are now running away with it.
Actually starting to run away with the game. So Team Falcons feeling quite uncomfortable so far on Alpine. Another close quarter combat, big warehouse right in front of them. So this time it seems like Limit is going to join the rest of his team in the front lines.
Still with the VSK though, but it's a map situation, decision making. Yeah, beautiful stuff as the Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defense as Wings finds On Fire with a sharp shot. AWM, one more, needs one more bullet in there, but gets chased away by those shots. And then Smoke's gonna be protecting Onyx for a bit.
Wow, this actually isn't really going the way of Falcons at all. They just lost 2 guys. Kororo needs to salvage this, and finally his whole team is down, and Kororo needs to do it again, all on his own, just like the previous few rounds. Could be a tall order, swap to the Deagle. He runs out of bullets, no time to reload. Falcons drops another round, so that's 4 in a row for Onyx.
Wow. So perhaps not as one-sided as we thought it was going to be based on the previous game. Previous 2 games. I'm afraid Onyx Olympus showing a lot of promise here in this matchup.
Maybe Santino ban was the key.
I don't even know how that changes it, but I guess Limit feels a little tickled by this. 3 frag grenades each. Question is, who's going to be wasting that? Crime MKS on that right-hand side. Oh, instantly tagged up by one more. And Crime cannot participate in this next bout, but still outnumbering Team Falcons with this push here on Olympus.
So much firewall. Kororo, he doesn't know this.
Nicely done!
Adam just follows the firewall and sneaks to the backline. Smart gameplay. One fire, that's fine. Crime MKS, and now it's going to be Adam against one more, and his teammates all got shot down in the backline. The idea was there, but Falcons found a loophole, and now Adam has to clutch this out. And it's not possible. On Fire with the shutdown, Limit helps him out, and Team Falcons finally stops the bleeding.
I mean, On Fire was literally on fire there to save his squad. But, my oh my, what a gameplay by both sides now. Onyx Olympus looking to run away with this to extend their lives here, but Falcons obviously want to end it here and call themselves champion of this pre-season Clash squad.
This is the biggest deficit that Falcons has been in round-wise. We've never seen them so behind before. On Fire, taking a shot to the face. You can say the same for Wings and Zyru. In fact, Limit is putting in other numbers, so you can see Wings reposition to try and get a better angle, to try and stop Limit too. But he does have support, so it's not just Limit alone. And that makes it tough. Adam just got shot down.
Oh, then Raphael in play. Look at him just bleed away. But picked up in the nick of time. Wings with a fantastic response now. On Fire, bleeding out. Crime getting too close to Kororo. And the lethal slice to finish that off. Kororo backs away as the whole battalion of Onyx Olympus players show up, and Kororo's unscathed. Oh, what a play!
Ooh.
Oh, what a play!
Woo! Nasty stuff. Kororo showing off. Of course, you got Limit in the back as well, off screen, just landing nasty shot. Kororo even giving the 1-2 combo, 1-2 chicken nugget combo, followed by a knockout punch at the end. Oh, Falcons putting it back bit by bit.
I mean, jump shots with the M590, ice grenade perfection to follow up the damage that Limit already put in there for the knock, and then more M590s just without skipping a single beat. I don't even know how these boys make it look so perfect, but it is art.
Wow, whoever shot at Zyru almost took him out. Oh, I guess we found it. Adam, not again. Wings is gonna try and help him. Adam climb back down. Kororo finds Zyru again. They don't have time to recover. Constantly getting knocked down. It's a trickle effect. On Fire in the face as Crime MKS tries to distract him a little bit, but On Fire would not be deterred. In fact, Crime MKS challenges him. They both lose out. Wings will find a knockdown, but he doesn't have health to work with. And just like that, Falcons pull back 3 rounds in a row.
Did anybody see On Fire do what he just did? What a phenomenal play. Back to back with this double knock right here. On that flick, and he gets attacked by the second player through the window, does not skip a beat, meets aggression with aggression, and an equalizer by Falcons. 4-all on the scoreboard. Looking for the finisher, looking for the championship point here at this preseason Clash squad.
Scariest thing is if Falcons wins this round, not only are they a series point, but Onyx Olympus will have to force a sudden death with minimal economy. The bank is gonna literally break. They will have to announce bankruptcy. And On Fire just found the heels of Crime MKS. Kororo from the back shoots him down. How did it all go wrong so fast?
And a nade courtesy of On Fire. Kororo finishes the job. On Fire, F590. Uh-oh. Game over, baby. Kororo with the follow-up from afar. One more finds Adam. Zyru, the final player. Falcons for the series. Falcons for the preseason Clash Squad Championship point. And my, oh my, Onyx Olympus had me fooled thinking that they were going to run away with this game.
It was the fastest comeback I have ever witnessed. It felt like Falcons were just toying around and suddenly they were like, okay, playtime's over. And every single round ended in such a fast manner, in under a minute. Falcons, if there's one thing, if there's anything about speedrunning the grand finals, like you mentioned at the start of the show, this is the way to do it.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you want to get it done, you gotta get it done in the most astounding fashion. Wings now, clipped by the A124. Kororo on the long flank, meets 2 players, but backed up by Limit that takes away half the life off of 1. On Fire, playing the juke with the M590. Beautiful.
Oh, no!
Traps him with the glue wall. What a play. Accidental, but beautiful.
Oh, that was a mistake. Bit of a mistake from the side of Onyx, and that had just costed them the whole championship, and they know it.
That's it.
It ended so fast, you probably don't even have time to process the loss. But Team Falcons are your Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia preseason Clash Squad Tournament 2025 champions. $8,000 and most likely a 500 on top of whoever gets the MVP at the end.
A valiant effort though by Onyx Olympus, but they were outclassed, outmatched round after round after round until this game number 3 where they had the whole world, including me, fooled, thinking that they were about to take it to Falcons, shut them down, and push this series at least into a game 4. But Falcons said, no, bro, we haven't had supper just yet, and it's getting quite late.
Can't wait to see the chat go crazy, go berserk when they eventually got to this part of the finals, right? Onyx Olympus, they gave Team Falcons the biggest round deficit ever in the entire Clash Squad tournament, right? Falcons were down 1-4. Onyx gave us a 4-round run, and then Falcons just pulled it back. Every single round was done by 45 seconds. Every single round was snap of the finger. how do you process the loss? I feel like if you're Onyx Olympus, you don't even get to talk about the previous round because it ended so fast. You just got to keep moving. And they never had time to readjust.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I don't even know whether or not they were just throwing a bone for the boys on the side of Onyx Olympus before just finishing it off because they felt like the series was just moving way too fast, right? Making the finals look a little bit more convincing with those 4 rounds because there was such a shift, right? After those 4 rounds taken by Onyx Olympus, the shift of aggression on the side of Falcons just made it seem like Onyx Olympus just couldn't react out there on the battlefield. The moment they got spotted, they were just flattened.
Yeah, it was so fast. Everything was happening so fast. From round 6 onwards, when Falcons started winning rounds, like you essentially just the round starts, you go down, and you're like, oh, okay, what just happened? You don't get to make calls at all, and then boom, next round you gotta get ready. It's just like it hits you so fast. How do you react?
Yeah, very impressive showing here by Falcons, though. I mean, we talk about how Onyx Olympus could not match up, but we also we have to talk about how Falcons outclassed Onyx Olympus, right? Such capabilities and limit. What an acquisition. I mean, how much are they paying him? Because he seems so much more lethal here on this squad.
And when you get that, what, 1 mil from EWC, that's... and you got one of the biggest orgs, acquiring your roster.
The org that got 7 million USD from EWC last year.
That too, and that's just club championship, right? You haven't even factored in the tournaments that they actually got prize pool off of. I know that by the time they won Free Fire, they've also won different titles. So there's an extra 2 million. It's a lot of numbers. But yeah, what can I say? I think we expected a 3-0, and it did happen, but the way that it happened on Alpine was something that I felt like was just unnecessarily dramatic, but in a good way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just such an inspiration, Team Falcons, right? You know, these boys, they started from the bottom, C-Triple-G. We watched them for years hustling Husky, you know, and they they made it seem like they were almost there, never getting there. And then all it took was one push from Team Falcons to make C-Triple-G go from good to freaking good out there on the battlefield. And now they just seem untouchable. I mean, Clash outclassing Onyx Olympus, just breezing their way through to the grand finals and just making this look like a walk in the park. I mean, so impressive in terms of performance. We want to see this in Battle Royale out of Falcons for sure in a month.
Oh, hopefully so. And then afterwards, the road to EWC 2. Imagine if they win 2 EWCs. That would be madness, right? Like we tout teams as being 2-time world champions, you know, BRU and now Fluxo. I guess if you can put them just different org in the Magic Squad and then Fluxo, so 2-time also for 3 out of the 4 players. But 2-time EWC, that's going to be another record, you know, for the history books. But MVP for game number 3, it's going to be Limit, and of course it's going to be Limit. Doesn't really matter. Take away Santino, whatever. Still 40% headshot rate.
A 40% headshot rate on the grand finals of Clash Squad. This man, you know, he's got trigger discipline for sure, right? You know, half the time he's shooting you, he's finding your head. And if he finds your head with the AWM, you can bet your life you're going to be on the ground, and that Raphael is going to make you say bye-bye instantly. How much are they paying this man? I want to know.
Enough to win, I guess. Now, bring back Raphael into BR. That's all I'm asking for, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, as if snipers aren't, you know, deadly enough, Raphael was what changed the game for a good few months, and obviously fell out of favor. But with how now you can only have one unique active ability on your team, I can see a lot of these, you know, used to be meta characters be brought back, especially in the passive role.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, you know, that Otho with the memory mist may not be very effective on a Battle Royale as these players kind of just spread out over a huge segment of the map, right? But, you know, on Clash Squad, where the circle is just so tiny, you get that information off very quickly. And if you're Limit, you're always finding a knock somehow on the battlefield, right? Just so deadly. And if that fails, you still have the Moko once you slay them. And this is just way too overpowered for a player to be out there. And you can't ban any active skill off of Limit. He just finds a different way to torture you.
That too. Limit is definitely on its way.
20 assists, Husky.
The highest assist we've seen, I think, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
this is off of 3 games, but even in series that we got to 3 games, we haven't really seen 20 assists. And by the way, this is like what, in 10 rounds? Yeah, definitely the highest record. He definitely is, you know, gunning for the title of one of the greatest sniper players that we have seen, or at least, you know, in the Hall of Fame, the Hall of Greats for now. We need a Mount Rushmore for some of these people already.
Speaking of Mount Rushmore, though, Kororo rushing up to the top with the 14 eliminations, double of whatever On Fire brought in here, and just outclassing the competition, showing us what that Orion could do. He just answered your prayers, right? You were curious. He showed you, okay, Husky, you really want to see it? This is what Orion can do. He can just turn everybody's lives upside down. But of course, let's take a look at the head-to-head here, where Adam's not too shabby up against On Fire.
Yep. In terms of eliminations, both players did put in the numbers for sure. Like Adam was integral part to Onyx Olympus's win over Hua and then RRQ. But even against Team Falcons, he was really getting, you know, his shots in the rounds that they wanted. Even in the rounds that, you know, Team Falcons had to work slightly harder, you know, Adam was a big part of the issue until they start picking him off, you know, at the first 10 seconds of the round in the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as far as the eliminations go, that's fine. But of course, On Fire kind of just leaving him in the dust when it comes to those assists. But let's take a look at the comparison between the snipers that we expected to be very close, but could not be further from each other. 10 to 17 eliminations. Limit obviously outclassing him. 12,000 versus 7,000 damage. And look at this, you know, the AWM DPR obviously a little bit higher on the side of Wings, because Limit wasn't using the AWM. He was just VSKing everybody's life away.
Yeah, he didn't feel the need to use AWM at some point, right? They were just chilling with the Deagle. Like, he's landing shots from 10 miles away, which usually would be an ill-advised thing to do. But then you know, they are just so good at it. And Wings just could not contain Limit. Like, it wasn't even a competition.
A couple of connections with the shots, yeah, but, you know, Limit obviously winning more of those engagements, and a much more annoying sniper to deal with when you look at how much of pressure he was giving Onyx Olympus, as opposed to what Wings was doing to break apart the strategy from the side of Falcons, or to disrupt their momentum out there on the battlefield. It looked like they were just not deterred by Wings at all. And Wings just wasn't in the kind of prime positions that Falcons just kept putting Limit on, right? He was just so irritating from up top. You could not avoid him if you are out in the open.
You're either late or he just somehow finds you, right? He's just somehow faster.
You're either late or dead.
You're either late or dead. I mean, when you're late, you're definitely dead. But even when you're early, there's no guarantees. And Finals MVP, gotta give it to Limit, walking away with another extra $500. It's definitely not his first Finals MVP, but it's definitely his latest one. 26.67% headshot rate.
Yeah. Every 4 shots off of that sniper, you are eating dust on the floor. Thanks to Limit, right? I mean, and not for long though, don't worry, because then Raphael will make sure you expire pretty quickly. 17 eliminations here in the finals, 12,710 damage, 26.67% on the headshot rate. This guy just made Onyx Olympus cry in many different ways out there.
I don't know how to do with him. I mean, people definitely have been... If people still don't regard Limit as one of the premier sniper players, I think this is going to be a huge reminder, right? Like, again, we first saw him back in 2023, got the Finals MVP under E Arena, and then afterwards he moved on to attack all around at one point. Now he joins Team Falcons, and he is just such a valuable asset, and, you know, reminding everyone that he is better than when we first saw him, and at that point he was already pretty darn good.
And that's what's so beautiful about Limit, right? I mean, he keeps growing, he keeps pushing himself to the limit. The limit X7. I don't know what that X7 means, but this man clearly does not have any limits for himself. Every time we see him, he's just so much more deadly out there on the battlefield. I cannot wait to see exactly what he can do when we get to the pro season.
Hello everybody, welcome to the champion interview session. Today we're here with our brand new champ from Free Fire World Series C Preseason 2025. Please introduce yourself, champ. เชิญแนะนำตัวเลยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมลิมิตจากทีม Falcon ครับ
So here we are with Limit from Team Falcons. First question, how do you feel about wiping out the whole enemy team and bring a success to this tournament? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะกับการที่ชนะขาดลอยเลยในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับแล้วก็ภูมิใจมากที่ได้แชมป์ให้กับทีมแรกครับผมครั้งแรกเพราะว่าผมเพิ่งเข้าทีมมาใหม่ครับ
I feel so happy and proud of myself because I just got into this team and I brought the victory to this team. Okay, next question. How do you feel comparing the 4v4 or Clash Squad and the Battle Royale? รู้สึกยังไงกับความแตกต่างระหว่าง 4-4 กับ Battle Royale ปกติบ้างคะ
ก็ถือว่ามีความแตกต่างกันอย่างมากเลยครับเป็นเรื่องการเดินเกมกับการวางแผนในเกม
I feel so totally different because of the strategy and also the game mode that is completely different. Okay, next question. What do you think is the key factor that led your team to the victory of this tournament? คิดว่าอะไรคือสิ่งที่ทำให้เราเนี่ยชนะได้ในทัวร์นี้
คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นความตั้งใจของทุกคนในทีมเพราะว่ามี2คนในทีมครับที่ยังไม่เคยได้แชมป์แคสสคอร์ครับก็มีแค่ผมกับคิโรโรที่ได้มาแล้วก็สานฝันในทีมครับ
I think it's because everybody's determination to win this tournament and here we are being the champion of this tournament. So last question everyone, is there anything you would like to say to the Thai fans and also fans from over the world? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยแล้วก็ชาวต่างชาติไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีม Falcon ด้วยนะครับผมจะทำให้ดีที่สุดในทุกๆรายการครับผมก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับ
โอเคค่ะ Please keep on supporting us in every tournament. We'll do our best and thank you for supporting us. So thank you for the interview today. If you'd like to see more of Clash Squad tournament, please leave us a +1 in the comment section below. ถ้าเกิดว่าอยากเห็นรายการดีๆแบบนี้อีกนะคะให้คอมเมนต์บวก1กันมาได้เลยค่ะ Now back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Thank you very much to our host from our interviewer from the Garena Thailand studio. But yes, determination to win. I think that's the core of Team Falcons, right? Have fun, be determined to win, and most importantly, now is to be consistent. Get on that golden run. And Team Falcons, they came in at a time where no one believed in the roster that preceded this Team Falcons brand, right? C-Triple-G, they won EWC, made some changes, had a rough run at the second half of the year, but right now, it seems like they're back on form, at least with this preseason show match.
And it is right on time. The preseason is the preview of what we can expect from them in 2025, I'm sure. But I'm very, very worried if or not this is the same preview that we can expect from teams like Buriram and RRQ as well. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I am curious. I'm sure you guys are curious as well. And you don't have to wait for too long because we do have FFWS SEA coming your way. Make sure you follow us on social media so you find out exactly where to find us. Husky and I signing off. We'll catch you when we get to the real thing very soon.